Session resume. May I ask my distinguished colleagues to please rise for a prayer to be given by Congressperson of Cebu City North, Del Mar, Rachel Marguerite. Please proceed, ma'am.
Heavenly Father, as we begin our session today, we give praises and glory to you for all your blessings, guidance, and protection. We thank you for bringing us together to discharge our solemn duty as protector of the people's welfare and public interest. As we proceed to do the tasks at hand, we seek for your wisdom that we may always do what is right and what is just. May we set aside our personal interests and biases, and may we prioritize all that is good for the Filipino people. May you unite all of us towards our shared vision and common goals, and kindle in our hearts selfless love, fidelity, and dedication to our duties and to our country. We offer every work that needs to be done, every task that needs to be accomplished, and every principle that needs to be kept. May your guiding hands be upon us all the time. At the end of everything, we return all the praises and glory to you, Lord. May Santo Niño keep us all healthy, safe, and strong. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Daghang salamat, Cebu City North, Congressperson Del Mar. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business for the day, and for such purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Secretary General, please proceed.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 10426, providing 24/7 frontline services, voice and non-voice response to inquiries and extended days of operation for face-to-face transactions by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 10427, mandating all power, telecommunication, cable, and internet providers to mend dangling wires and clear non-operational overhead wires and cables by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 10428, declaring a parcel of land located in Calape, Bohol, a protected area with the category protected seascape under the NIPAS, to be referred to as the Calape Group of Islands Protected Seascape by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 10429, declaring a parcel of land located in the islands of Cabilao and Sandingan in Loon, Bohol, a protected area with the category of protected seascapes under the NIPAS, to be referred to as the Cabilao-Sandingan Island Protected Seascape by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 10430, changing the name of Tondo Medical Center to the Northern Metro Manila Medical Center, increasing its bed capacity from 300 to 500 by Representative Chanco.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 10431, establishing the Philippine Protected Designation of Origin as geographical indications of products, safeguarding authenticity and promoting regional heritage by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 10432, naming Cananga, Leyte as the geothermal capital of the Philippines by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 10433, to establish an elderly care and nursing complex in the province of Isabela by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 10434, establishing the Isabela Special Economic Zone by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 10435, strengthening animal welfare standards, enacting a revised Animal Welfare Act by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 10436, upgrading the Land Transportation District Office in Calibo, Aklan from Class D to Class C by Representative Marquez.
To the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 10437, renaming the Makato Integrated School in Makato, Aklan as the Jose Sonying Timtiman Tumbokon Integrated Memorial School by Representative Marquez.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 10438, establishing the coverage of the Chocolate Hills Natural Monument, amending the composition of the CHNM Protected Area Management Board by Representatives Tutor, Aumentado, Chato, and Alvarez Jose.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 10448, safeguarding and protecting scholars from politicization, improper influence, and abuses in scholarship grants or programs, and imposing penalties by Representative Suwan.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 10449, penalizing smishing or SMS text scams and imposing duties on public telecommunications entities by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Information and Communication Technology,
House Bill 10450, amending the Philippine Identification System Act and increasing the penalty for refusal to accept, acknowledge, or recognize the PhilSys Philippine identification as the only identification by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Population and Family Relations,
House Bill 10451, defining and penalizing street deceptive schemes by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 10452, establishing a system protecting the community intellectual rights of indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples,
House Bill 10453, instituting a comprehensive program for the prevention, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment of persons with autism spectrum disorders, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee of Health,
House Bill 10454, providing for the inclusion in the secondary education curricula the lives and heroism of comfort women during the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 10455, mandating the provision of maternity packages to pregnant Filipino women belonging to the low-income group, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill 10456, professionalizing paralegal practice in the Philippines, creating a professional regulatory board of paralegals, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 10457, directing each city, municipality, and academic institution to hire or designate at least one mental health professional, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 10458, eliminating gender discrimination in certain crimes, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 10459, amending the Universal Health Care Act, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 10460, protecting employees from termination or layoff due to automation by artificial intelligence, by Representative Suwan.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 10461, encouraging new lawyer scholars to provide free legal services to overseas Filipino workers under the Department of Migrant Workers, by Representative Tolentino.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 10462, recognizing the Civil Solidarity Pact of Couples, providing for their rights and obligations, by Representative Remulla.
to the Committee on Population and Family Relations,
House Bill 10463, establishing a Level 2 General Hospital with 100-bed capacity in Gataran, Cagayan Valley, to be known as the Central Cagayan General Hospital under the direct supervision and control of the DOH, by Representative Nolasco.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 10464, amending certain provisions of RA 10623 by including selected construction materials to basic necessities, by Representative Ecleon.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 10465, establishing a national program for the strawberry industry by Representative Yap Eric.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 10467, repealing the Reserva Troncal provision under Article 891 of the new Civil Code of the Philippines by Representative Co. Pilar.
to the Committee on Revision Laws,
House Bill 10468, establishing a legal scholarship and return service program by Representative Co. Pilar.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 10469, mandating the inclusion of financial literacy education as a course in the elementary, secondary, tertiary, and technical vocational education curriculum in all public and private schools, colleges, and universities by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Basic Education, Culture, and Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 10470, establishing the Katsu Pandan campus of the Catanduanes State University in Pandan, Catanduanes by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 10471, converting the Panganiban Satellite Campus of the Catanduanes State University, located in Panganiban, Catanduanes, into a regular campus to be known as the Catanduanes State University Panganiban Campus by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 10473, institutionalizing the 20% privilege discount for senior citizens and PWDs in all online food, grocery, and ride-hailing platforms by Representative Olivares.
to the Committee on Ways and Means, the Committee on Senior Citizens, and Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities,
House Bill 10474, granting student fare discount on transportation tickets purchased online by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Erwin.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 10475, regulating the operation of motorcycles for hire by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Erwin.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 10476, promoting and advancing sustainable livelihood and entrepreneurship by integrating, enhancing, and institutionalizing financing and other programs for livelihood support for MSMEs by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Erwin.
to the Committee on Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise Development,
House Bill 10477, promoting responsible driving and establishing fair accountability for road safety incidents and violations, traffic laws, and regulations by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Erwin.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 10478, instituting policies and systems to address climate change by Representative Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Erwin.
to the Committee on Climate Change,
House Bill 10479, ensuring the development, promotion, and protection of agricultural cooperatives by Representative Espares.
to the Committee on Cooperative Development,
Resolutions. House Resolution 1726, directing the appropriate committee to immediately conduct an inquiry into the recruitment of Chinese nationals as volunteers in the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary by Representative Fernandez.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1727, directing the Committee on Trade and Industry to conduct an inquiry into the proliferation of online shopping scams in the country by Representative Romero.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1728, congratulating Filipino gymnast Carlos Yulo and commending him for winning the individual all-around gold medal in the Artistic Gymnastics Asian Championships held in Uzbekistan on May 16, 2024 by Representative Plato.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Resolution 1729, urging the use of electroshock devices by the PNP in response to hostage, rampage, and similar incidents for perpetrator neutralization by Representative Suan.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 1730, conveying the deepest condolences of the members of the House to the bereaved family and honoring the life of Honorable Elpidio P.D. Barzaga Jr., representative of the 4th District of Cavite.
To the Committee
By
on Rules.
Representative Suan. House Resolution 1731, conveying the deepest condolences of the members of the House to the bereaved family and honoring the life of Honorable Rene Augusto V. Sagisag by Representative Suan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution numbers 1732 to 1743, expressing well wishes and good luck to several athletes in their quests to bring pride and glory for the Philippines in the upcoming 2024 Paris Olympics by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1744, directing the Committee on Disaster Resilience to conduct an inquiry on the flood mapping and resilience program of LGUs by Representative Olaso.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated May 20, 2024, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill 2514, expanding and institutionalizing the Philippine National Games, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
Message dated May 20, 2024, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill 2528, amending sections 105, 108, 109, 110, 113, 114, 115, and 236, and adding new sections 108-A and 108-B of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Message dated May 20, 2024, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill 2560, defining and penalizing financial account scamming and other offenses, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Message dated May 20, 2024, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed with amendments House Bill 6295, granting a franchise to the Leyte 2 Electric Cooperative, Inc., in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Message dated May 20, 2024, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed with amendments House Bill 9805, granting a franchise to Negros Electric and Power Corp., in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Message dated May 20, 2024, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed with amendments House Bill 9154, granting a franchise to the Romblon Electric Cooperative, Inc., in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Communications. Various communications submitted to the House by officials of certain local government units relative to their posting and reporting requirements of the fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund, as attested by their respective local chief executives.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Report dated May 16, 2024 of the Secretary General of the House of Representatives on copies of House Bill 1043, creating a district engineering office in the 1st Legislative District of the province of Negros Occidental, and House Bill 8701, establishing a senior high school in Progressive Village 3, Bayanan, Bacoor City, Cavite, to be known as the Progressive Senior High School. Committee reports. Committee Report 1097, submitted by the Committees on Foreign Affairs and Appropriations on House Bill 10466. Committee Report 1098, submitted by the Committees on Health and Appropriations on House Bill 10472. Committee Report 1099, submitted by the Committee on Foreign Affairs on House Resolution 332.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate Representative Lex Anthony Chris A. Colada, Vice Representative Arlene D. Brosas to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill Number 9648 and Senate Bill Number 2593 on providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government.
There's a motion for designation as stated. Is there no objection?
Mr. Speaker,
Here's none. Motion is therefore approved for designation. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas, Mr. Speaker.
thank you,
Gabriela
Mr.
Party List,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, this is about the disagreeing provisions of the Senate procurement bill. Mr. Speaker, I remember that I opted not to be included in the said bill as a conferee. So, Mr. Speaker, can I move or can I manifest that my name be retracted and be replaced by another minority member, Mr. Speaker?
Majority Leader, but this is why that is the new designation of Congressman or Representative Anthony Chris Colado, Vice Representative Arlene D. Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just I was just clarifying, making clarifications on the issue.
thank
So
you.
it was not my name in
Yes.
I was replaced as a conferee in the procurement bill.
That's the
Thank
purpose
you,
of
Mr.
this.
Speaker.
Of this motion. Thank you, Congresswoman Brosas of Gabriela. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate Representative Christopher VP de Venecia as additional member to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill Number 4122 and Senate Bill Number 2528 on the imposition of value-added tax on digital transactions in the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to designate Representative Christopher V.P. De Venecia. As stated, is there any objection? The chair hears none. Designation is therefore approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill. I move that we vote on omnibus approval on House Bill number 10396, 10397, 10440, 10441, 10442, 10443, 10404, 10405, 10406, 10407, 10408, 10409, 104-110, 104-11, 104-46, 104-47, 104-18, 104-44, 104-45, and 104-72. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the aforementioned bills.
House Bill Number 10396, an act separating the Bocong National High School, Tabac Annex in Barangay Upper Pulacan, Municipality of Labangan, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the Bocong National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Tabac National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 10397, an act converting the Calateo Elementary School in Barangay Calateo, Municipality of Huban, Province of Sorsogon, into an integrated school to be known as Calateo Integrated School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 10440, an act establishing a national high school in Barangay Poblacion East, Municipality of Santa Ignacia, Province of Tarlac to be known as the Santa Ignacia National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 10441, an act establishing a national high school in Barangay Manikling, Municipality of San Isidro, Province of Davao Oriental, to be known as the Manikling National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 10442, and establishing a national high school in Barangay Maputi, Municipality of Banay-Banay, Province of Davao Oriental, to be known as the Maputi National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10443, an act separating the Liloy National High School, Silukap Extension in Barangay Silukap, Municipality of Liloy, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, from the Liloy National High School, converting it into an independent national high school, to be known as the Silukap National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10404, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in Calamba City, Province of Laguna, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10405, an act establishing a state college in the Lone District of the Province of Dinagat Islands, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10406, an act converting the satellite campus of the Laguna State Polytechnic University in the Municipality of Lopez, Province of Quezon, into a regular campus, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10407, an act converting the Cavite campus of Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology in the Municipality of General Mariano Alvarez, Province of Cavite, into a regular campus, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10408, an act converting the Extension campus of the Cebu Normal University in the Municipality of Medellin, Province of Cebu, into a regular campus, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10409, an act converting the Extension campuses of the Cebu Technological University located in the municipalities of Tabogon, Tabuelan, Bantayan, and San Remigio, Province of Cebu, into irregular campuses, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10410, an act converting the Medina Satellite Campus of the Bukidnon State University located in the municipality of Medina, Province of Misamis Oriental, into a regular campus, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10411, an act converting the satellite campus of the Bukidnon State University in the municipality of Talisayan, Province of Misamis Oriental, into a regular campus, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10446, an act converting the Davao del Sur State College in the city of Digos, Province of Davao del Sur, into a state university, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10447, an act converting the Extension campuses of the Cavite State University located in the municipalities of Carmona and Silang, Province of Cavite, into regular campuses, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10418, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Wao District Hospital in the municipality of Wao, Province of Lanao del Sur, from 25 to 100 beds, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10444, an act establishing in the city of Calamba, Province of Laguna, a general hospital to be known as Calamba City General Hospital, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10445, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Tomas La Chica District Hospital in the municipality of Jose Abad Santos, Province of Davao Occidental, from 25 to 50 beds, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10472, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital in the city of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, from 100 to 300 beds, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader, please.
Motion to suspend, Mr. Speaker. Motion to suspend, Mr. Speaker. Motion to suspend.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
10 minutes pa yan, ano lang.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as the sponsorship of the said measures.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There's a motion to terminate the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading the following House bills. House Bills number House Bills number 103396, House Bill number 10397, House Bill number 10440, House Bill number 10441, 10442, House Bill number 10443, House Bill number 10404, House Bill number 10405, House Bill number 10406, 10407, 10408, 10409, 10410, 10411, 10446, 10447, 10418, 10444, 10445, and House Bill number 10472.
There's a motion to approve on second reading the aforementioned bills. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. The aforementioned bills is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are in receipt of a message from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 905, granting a franchise to Negros Electric and Power Corporation. We have been advised that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the House bill, as well as the authors, have no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 9805.
There's a motion. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. The Senate amendment to House Bill number 9805 is concurred. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are in receipt of a message from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 9154, granting a franchise to the Romblon Electric Cooperative Incorporated. We have been advised that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the House bill, as well as the authors, have no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. Madam Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 9154.
There's a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 9154. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are in receipt of a message from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 6295, granting a franchise to the Leyte 2 Electric Cooperative Incorporated. We have been advised that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the House bill, as well as the authors, have no objection to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. Madam Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 6295.
There's a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 6295. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 7398 on establishing the Southern Luzon State University Tiaong Campus College of Veterinary Medicine. In accordance with our rules, Madam Speaker, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There's a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 7393 and Senate Bill number 2560, respectively, on regulating the use of financial accounts. We have been informed that the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, sponsor of House Bill number 7393, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2560. With this information and in accordance with our rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2560 as an amendment to House Bill number 7393.
There's a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2560 as an amendment to House Bill number 7393. Those who are in favor, say aye. Those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill number 2560 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 7393. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with the approval on third reading, House Bill number 9349, and may I request, Madam Speaker, that the Secretary be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter proceed with the nominal voting, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 9349, an act reinstituting obsolete divorce as an alternative mode for the dissolution of marriage. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9349. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon.
Madam Speaker.
Asidre.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Acharon, you're
my,
recognized.
my vote is no, and please allow me to explain my vote later.
Yes, you may. The Secretary, please proceed.
Asidre.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Asidre.
my vote is no, and I will be allowed to explain my vote later.
Yes, you may. Secretary General.
Akop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Ang. Angara. Aquino. Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda.
Madam Speaker, I vote no, Madam Speaker.
Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Bilyones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bongalon. Bordado.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Bordado.
my vote is no, and kindly allow me to explain my vote later.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Secretary General, please proceed.
Bosita. Briones. Brosas.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Brosas.
my vote is yes, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Yes, you may. The Secretary General is directed to proceed.
Buhain. Bulot Bigtang. Bustos. Cabredo. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon. Calixto. Campos. Kawagdan. Cardema. Cari. Castro Franz. Castro Jean.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Castro.
I vote no, and I'll explain my vote later. Thank
Yes,
you.
you may. Secretary General, please continue.
Celeste. Chan. Chato. Chua. Chunggalaw. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Pilar. Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark. Ko Juanco Mark. Colada. Colliantes. Corvera. Cruz Ambrosio. Cruz Ricardo. Cua. Quaresma. Dagook.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Dagok.
my vote is no, and may I request to give me time to explain my vote later.
Yes, you may. The Secretary General, please proceed.
Dalipe. Dalog. Dayang Hirang. Daza. De Jesus. Divinesia. Defensor. Del Mar. De Los Santos. Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid. Dimaporo City Amina. Dionisio. Domingo. Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie,
Madam Speaker, yes, the Honorable Ferrer. My vote is yes. Please proceed.
Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan,
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Pablo John.
my vote is yes, and at the proper time, I would like to explain my vote, Mr. Speaker. Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
yes, you may. Please proceed.
Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin,
A million yes, Madam Speaker.
Please continue.
Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Lagman, please.
my vote is yes. I will not explain anymore my vote, but I would like to be recognized after all of the concerned members have explained their respective votes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well noted, gentleman from Albay. Maraming salamat, sir. Please proceed.
Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee. Legarda. Libanan. Lim Kay Chong. Loyola. Luistro. Lumayag. Macapagal Arroyo.
No.
Maceda. Madrona. Magsino. Malapitan. Mangawang. Manikis. Manuel.
Mr. Speaker,
Kong Raul Manuel, please.
ang boto po ng kabataan ay yes at nais ko pong magpaliwanag ng aking boto mamaya. Salamat.
Salamat, Kong Manuel. Please proceed.
Marañon. Marcoleta. Marcos. Mariano Hernandez. Marinio. Marquez. Martinez. Mastura. Matibag. Matugas. Mendoza. Mercado. Mercado Revilla. Miguel. Momo. Morden. Nava. Nisay. Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe. Nograles Margarita. Nolasco. Owaminal. Olaso. Olivares. Ongchuan. Ordanes. Ortega. Uwano Dizon. Padiernos. Paduano. Paglas. Palma. Panaligan. Pancho. Panotes. Pascual. Peña. Pimentel. Plaza. Pleito. Primicia Sagabas. Pumaren. Puno. Kimbo. Rama. Rehencia. Remulla. Revilla Bryan. Revilla Ramonjolo. Reyes. Rilio.
Madam Presiding Officer.
Yes.
Madam Presiding Officer, my vote is no, and I would like to express my brief explanation.
Yes, you may.
Because of this Bible verse that states,
You can explain after the voting.
just 5 seconds, but okay, after the voting. Thank you very much, Madam Presiding.
Secretary General, you may proceed.
Rivera. Robes. Rodriguez Eulogio. Rodriguez Rufus.
Madam Speaker,
The Honorable Rodriguez, you're recognized.
in the presence of Bishop Antonio Artobias of the Roman Catholic Church, of which I am a practicing member, being a parishioner of the San Antonio de Padua Parish of Barangay Nazareth, Cagayan de Oro City, I therefore, in also the presence of the religious organizations, I vote a resounding and strong no to the divorce bill. May I be allowed to explain my vote? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you may. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Roman. Romero. Romualdez Ferdinand Martin. Romualdez Yeda Marie. Romualdo. Romulo. Roque. Sakdalan. Sa Garbaria. Sa Kaluran. Salceda. Sali. Sa Limbangon. Salo. Santos. Saulug. Silverio. Singson Richelle. Singson Ronald. Singson Mihan. Solon. Suwan. Suwansing Horacio. Suwansing Micaela Angela.
No
Suarez. Talyado. Tamayo. Tambunting. Tan Joseph. Tan Keith Micah. Tan Reynolds Michael. Tan Samir. Tan Stephen James. Tan Tambut. Tan Chay. Tan Watco. Tariela. Yodoro. Teves. Tiangco. Tieng. Tolentino. Tulfo Erwin. Tulfo Jocelyn. Tulfo Ralph Wendell. Tupas. Tutor. T. Umali. Unabia. Ungab. Uy. Valeriano. Valmayor. Vargas. Vargas Alfonso. Velasco. Veloso Tuazon. Vergara.
Madam Speaker, I vote no and will explain my vote later.
Yes, you may. Secretary General, please continue.
Verzosa. Villa. Villafuerte Luis Raymond. Villafuerte Miguel Luis. Villanueva. Villar. Villaraza Juarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Madam Speaker,
Yes. Please proceed for the second call.
Second call, in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9349. Abante.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Abante is recognized.
I'm sorry I was not the first call because I was attending a committee hearing. I'd like to explain my vote because I have registered a no vote on this divorce bill.
Yes, you may explain later, Honorable Abante.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Ang.
Madam Speaker, my vote,
Yes, the Honorable Ang.
my vote is no.
Please proceed.
Alonte. Asistio. Bolilia. Briones. Bolilia. Briones. Bustos. Cojuangco Mark. Colada. Dayang Hirang. Duterte. D. Faustino Michael Carlos. Fariñas, Guardiola, Haresco, Hernandez, Horibata, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Labad-labad, Lacson Noel. Lee.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Lee.
together with my mentor, Kong Rufus Rodriguez, and the religious faithful here at the back, I also vote a resounding no to the reverse bill and allow me to submit the explanation for my vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you may. Please proceed.
Libanan. Malapitan. Marinyo. Nava. Olaso.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, you're recognized.
being a Roman Catholic from the First District of Zamboanga, under the Archdiocese, under Julius Tonel, my vote is no. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Ordanes. Padiernos. Palma. Panotes. Primicia Sagabas.
Madam Speaker, my vote is no.
Please proceed.
Puno. Romero. Salceda. Sali. Saulug. Swansing Horacio. Swansing Micaela Angela. Tan Samir. Tan Tambut. Tanchay. Tiangco. Tupas. Ungab. Villafuerte Miguel Luis. Villar. Villaraza Suarez. Yap Crisantel. Yap Eric. Yu Divina Grace.
Madam Speaker,
You're not feeling well now?
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's why there's a committee on health.
Paano nangyari?
Ako nag-sponsor.
Thank you.
Kasi basta akong
Kahapon?
sa committee on health. No, sorry. Not committee on health. On poverty alleviation.
Yung privilege. But, thank you.
I didn't ask. I didn't want to.
I haven't seen you.
Nagpa-US.
Siya naman. Nag-LA din ako ng break eh.
I was there for 10 days.
10 days. Do you have any plans this Sunday? You're free, join me. Well, opening ng SM ng Soler North, big event.
Oo, sa Soler.
Andun si speaker, mga event. And were you invited? Kasi, and you, but yung president kasi, kaibigan, I'll send to you the invitation right now. Tell me if you can go. I'll tell him if you can go.
Anong
Opening, grand opening. Ng Soler North Quezon City. May big gala event, dinner, tapos grabe daw entertainment. Sobrang bongga. Enjoy. Gabi 6:30 yata. You available?
with Del.
Tell them. I'll send you the...
Thank you.
You stay?
No, alis na ako because today is the birthday of my bunso. Kagabi, my mom's birthday.
Meron din ako 6:30. I'll send you the invitation. Let me know. Para I can put you on the list. Tell Del. TG and I will go. And you see.
Kung nandun ka siguro. Pero pag wala kami kilala eh.
Hindi, tsaka nag-invite. Party, yung president mismo. Yung Sam Aresi. Kaibigan ko kasi yan sa Rotary Group. Tsaka social circle ko. Kasi hindi nga party, hindi nga Ricky Rizal na president ang
Pa kami parang
No. Ganun ako ka-close. Tsaka may ibang congressman. Pagkakasama tayo. I'll send you. So,
With 126 members voting in the affirmative, 109 in the negative, and 20 abstentions, House Bill number 9349 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, Representative Bienvenido Abante Jr., to explain his vote.
The Honorable Abante Jr. is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and the Majority Leader.
Yes, you may proceed.
May I ask the people in the plenary to please be quiet? We are in session here. We would like everyone to understand whatever statement that we declare in this hall. Madam Speaker, much as I understand the plight of some of our women who are victims of irresponsible and cruel men, I cannot in conscience and according to my faith support the divorce bill. I do not want to think, Madam Speaker, that our government has become a liberal and secular institution like the Western countries of today. I look at the preamble of our Constitution, Madam Speaker, that says, and I read, we, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God. And also in Section 12 on state policies, Madam Speaker, the state recognizes the sanctity of family life and shall protect and strengthen the family as a basic autonomous social institution. If our people would think that the divorce bill would make it easier for them to be able to break the marriages than the annulment of marriage law, I would not think that to be easy, Madam Speaker. I have told my good friend and kababayan, Congressman Esther Lagman, I have asked him for a while, because we already have laws on legal separation and nullity of marriage and annulment of marriage law. Why do we still need the divorce bill, Madam Speaker? I said that perhaps we could be able to repeal the annulment of marriage law, or perhaps incorporate all of the provisions in the divorce bill in the annulment of marriage law. But of course, he said that he would like to give all the options to our people. Madam Speaker, I cannot go against the majority rule of Congress. But I would like to say this in my speech today, that I hope that this divorce bill that perhaps would become a law someday would not be something that will be taken advantage by some people. We do not want this divorce bill be a tool, Madam Speaker, that some people would take advantage of this. Why? Because in America, you could be able to divorce a person in 5 minutes. The next 10 minutes, Madam Speaker, they will remarry again. What is this? Malaki po itong kalokohan pag yung mga tinatawag nating irresponsableng mga kalalakihan o kababayan ay gagawing kasangkapan itong divorce bill na ito upang paghiwalayin ang mga mag-asawa. Sana naman wag. I am afraid, Madam Speaker, that one day, once again, Congress, after us, after all of the congressmen here have already been here, Madam Speaker, that the new ones would be able to modify and amend the divorce law, if ever, Madam Speaker, so that like America, like Europe, Madam Speaker, they can just go to any state, for example, and be able to break their own marriage and then remarry again. We do not want that to happen. And may I sound a warning right now, Madam Speaker, one day, we will all regret what this Congress has approved right now. May I again sound the warning, Madam Speaker, that one day we shall regret what this plenary and 19th Congress has approved right now. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of General Santos City, Congressman Loreto Acharon.
The Honorable
Explain his
Acharon
vote.
is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I voted no to House Bill number 9349, or this divorce bill, because the measure as proposed is anti-family, anti-children, anti-social, and anti-Christian faith. Anti-family because it is undeniable that while divorce may cater beneficially to separated couples without any chance of reconciliation, a divorce law in the Philippines may be used and abused by many who see it as an easy way out and therefore an easy way to destroy a family. It is antisocial because divorce challenges traditional views on marriage, family, and societal values. Divorce does not guarantee a happy second chance. It is anti-children because by and large, it is the children who ultimately suffer when their welfare cannot be guaranteed. It is anti-Christian faith because marriage is a covenant established by God for those who receive the sacrament of marriage from the Catholic Church. Hence, their bond is sacred. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman of the Tingog Party List, Representative Jude Asidre, to explain his vote.
The Honorable June Asidre is recognized.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the approval of the divorce bill begs the question, what is marriage? The Family Code of the Philippines defines marriage as a special contract of a permanent union between man and a woman. On this basis, Madam Speaker, marriage signifies dissolubility and unity. Thus, permanence is not simply a consequence, but it is inherent in the institution of marriage itself, regardless of the will or intention of the individuals concerned. Therefore, without permanence, a supposed union between a man and a woman would lose an essential quality for it to qualify as marriage. This is what we unfortunately approve today, the redefinition of marriage. The enactment of a divorce law in the Philippines reduced the marriage as an institution and subjected it to the whims of the spouses. It is no longer lifelong, permanent, and stable. The cohesion, the strength, the efficiency of the family as a unit of society constitute the key to and the measure of the greatness of a nation. While it is true that no one has to suffer the agony of a cruel and oppressive marriage or the trauma of a discordant home, denying marriage the dignity that it is due and dismantling the institution which is regarded as a foundation of this nation is simply too much of a price to pay. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, this representation votes no to the divorce bill.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the third District of Camarines Sur, Representative Gabriel Bordado, to explain his vote.
The Honorable Bordado is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the city of Naga, which forms part of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, is the virtual seat of Roman Catholicism in the Bicol region. Here, the top hierarchy of the Archdiocese of Cáceres is based, and the annual Peña Francia festivity, arguably the biggest Marian devotion in Asia, is held here every September. The influence of Naga, therefore, extends not only in the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, but also in the other areas of the Bicol region. And this setup, Madam Speaker, has somehow influenced the mindsets of my constituents. In other words, Madam Speaker, my constituents may be viewed as politically mature and progressive, but they tend to be rather conservative when confronted with matters with religious undertones. For instance, Madam Speaker, the issue of divorce, which we already tackled here in the 17th Congress, hardly muster enough support from them. On many occasions, my staff conducted informal surveys in the entire district, and the results showed an overwhelming majority junking divorce. As representative of the people, Madam Speaker, it is my duty to articulate and defend what they want. I am therefore voting no to House Bill 9349. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady of Gabriela Partolis, the Representative Arlene Brosas, to explain her vote.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized to explain her vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we in Gabriela Women's Party is one of the staunch advocates of divorce. Way back in 2005, we introduced a bill to legalize divorce. And nearly 2 decades later, the necessity for this legislation remains pressing. Globally, divorce is widely recognized as a legal method to dissolve marriage, a marriage. Yet, the Philippines stands alone in not having a divorce law. However, the push for divorce legalization goes beyond international conformity. It is fundamentally about providing abused women a pathway to escape domestic violence and rebuild their lives. It is easy to paint Filipino families as perfect, devoid of any form of conflict and abuse. But in reality, political, economic, and social realities strain marital relationships. Many women face inequalities and violence that undermine the ideals of marriage. According to the 2022 National Demographic and Health Survey, 18% of women with intimate partners have experienced violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, from their current or most recent partners. Alarmingly, nearly 40% of women aged 15 to 49 have encountered controlling behavior from their partners. These statistics highlight the urgent need for legal mechanisms to address and mitigate domestic abuse. The divorce bills aim to restore divorce as a rights-based option, acknowledging that the right to enter into marriage includes the right to exit, an irreparable one. This legislation will not precipitate marital breakups, but will offer an additional remedy alongside legal separation, annulment, and declaration of nullity of marriage. It respects the plurality of religious beliefs and cultural sensibilities in the Philippines, providing various remedies to suit different circumstances and beliefs. Moreover, Philippine law already accommodates divorce for Filipino Muslims under the Code of Muslim Personal Laws. Recognizing the Islamic faith's stance on divorce, non-Muslim Filipinos should be afforded the same legal option to reflect their religious and personal beliefs. Failed and abusive marriages span all socioeconomic classes in the Philippines. The lack of access to legal processes forces many couples, especially from marginalized sectors, to separate without legal recourse. The numerous petitions for marriage nullity since 1988 underscore the widespread need to address failed marriages legally. The socioeconomic conditions in the Philippines, marked by labor exports, stagnant incomes, joblessness, and rising living costs, exacerbate marital issues. Divorce legislation acknowledges these realities, providing legal recognition to existing social conditions without further fragmenting already broken homes. We emphasize that divorce is not inherently a religious issue. The proposed bill respects all religions, ensuring that various remedies for failed marriages are available. Madam Speaker, it is time to grant spouses the option to legally exit unhealthy marital relationships. Bigyan natin ng pagkakataon ng mga naaabusong kababaihan at kanilang mga anak ng isang pagkakataon na mabuhay sa isang pamilyang puno ng pagmamahal. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from the 2nd District of the Province of Capiz, Representative Jane Castro, to explain her vote.
The Honorable Jane Castro is recognized to explain her vote. You have 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this representation voted in the negative to House Bill number 9349 because I believe in the sanctity of marriage and the resilience of the family. I voted no to this said bill because I believe that we must strengthen the family as the basic unit of the society and not to weaken it. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the representative from the ACT Teachers Party List, Representative Franz Castro, to explain her vote.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. ACT Teachers Party List votes resounding yes to this bill, absolute divorce bill. Bilang isang progresibong mamabatas at kinatawan ng mga guro at manggagawang pang-edukasyon, buo ang suporta ng representasyong ito sa absolute divorce bill. Ang hakbang na ito ay nagbibigay ng isang kinakailangang opsyon para sa mga kababaihan at pamilya na nakakulong sa mga sira-sirang kasal, lalo na kung may kasama itong mga karahasan sa tahanan. Madalas, Madam Speaker, ang mga kababaihan at mga bata ang biktima sa mga dysfunctional na kasal nang walang legal na paraan para makalabas sa sitwasyon. Ang diborsyo ay magbibigay sa kanila ng paraan para makalabas at magkaroon ng pagkakataon na magsimula muli, malaya muli sa karahasan at pang-aapi sa loob ng tahanan. Ito ay isang batas na pro-kababaihan, pro-bata. Hindi sinisira ang kabanalan ng kasal. Hindi sinisira ng kabanalan ng kasal ang diborsyo. Ito lamang po ay pagkilala na may mga ilang kasal sa wala namang kasalanang mga asawa na lumubog sa mga mapanakit na relasyon na hindi maaaring maayos. Ang pagbibigay ng diborsyo bilang opsyon ay hindi sa pilitan sa sino man na tanggapin ito, ngunit nagbibigay ng legal na paraan sa mga taong lubos na naghihirap na makalabas na hindi matibay na sitwasyon, sa hindi matibay na sitwasyon. Sa mahabang panahon, Madam Speaker, ang Pilipinas na lamang ang walang batas ng diborsyo, maliban sa Vatican City. Ang ibang mga bansa ang mga ibang bansa ay nagkaroon na po ng mga batas ng diborsyo. Bilang isang moderno at progresibong bansa, kailangan nating makahabol at magbigay sa ating mga mamayan ng isang makataong opsyon kapag nabigo na ang lahat sa isang kasal. Ito ay upang protektahan ang karapatan, kaligtasan at dignidad ng mga kababaihan at bata na nakakulong sa mga papang-abusong kasal. Bigyan natin sila ng legal na paraan para makalabas sa mga opisyal na relasyon na naging bilangguan. Ang pagboto ng oo sa House Bill na ito ay isang boto para sa pamilya at sa pamahalang karahasan laban sa mga kababaihan at bata. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the representative of APIC Party List, Congressman Sergio Dagook, to explain his vote.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. First of all, I would like to express my respect to all those who voted yes on this measure. But, Madam Speaker, I stand before you today to express my unwavering opposition to the proposed legislation that seeks to legalize divorce, tapos dinagdagan pa ng absolute. No? In our beloved Philippines, Madam Madam Speaker, I think the term absolute is sobra na. No? My stance is firmly grounded into paramount reasons that I believe are essential to uphold the sanctity of our nation's moral and constitutional foundations. Firstly, let us reflect upon our Constitution, the very bedrock of our nation's legal framework. The preamble of the Philippine Constitution explicitly states, "We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build a just and humane society." This invocation is not a mere formality, but a profound declaration that our laws and governance are to be aligned with the divine guidance. It underscores our commitment to a just and humane society, one that mirrors the principles and commandments laid out by our Almighty God. To legalize divorce plus the word absolute is to enact a law that directly contradicts, for me, to the Word of God as understood in our faith and traditions. Marriage, as ordained by God, is a sacred covenant, a lifelong union between a man and a woman. By allowing divorce, we would be endorsing the dissolution of this sacred bond, which stands in stark opposition to our constitutional pledge to seek the aid and guidance of God in all our endeavors. Our Constitution mandates that our laws should not contradict that divine, and legalizing divorce would undoubtedly breach this sacred trust. Secondly, as we delve into the teachings of the Bible, we find an equivocal guidance on the society and indissolubility of marriage. In Matthew chapter 19, verse 4 to 6, when our Lord Jesus Christ was asked about this, He answered, "Haven't you read," He replied, "that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female, and said, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate." These verses clearly elucidate that marriage is a divine institution, a union sanctified by God Himself. The phrase, "what God has joined together, let no one separate," leaves no room for ambiguity. Legalizing divorce would mean legislating against these very words of our Savior, undermining the sacredness of marriage and the divine intent behind this union. As lawmakers, we have a profound responsibility to uphold these teachings and ensure that our laws reflects our faith. This is a choice between the law of God and the law of the human beings. That's why this representation chose and select the law of God. That's why this representation voted a resounding no to this House bill or this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 3rd District of the great province of Cebu, Representative Pablo John Garcia, to explain his vote.
The Honorable Garcia is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, I voted yes to the divorce bill for reasons already stated in my sponsorship speech and in the debates that followed. We understand and we respect the different views, religious, moral, even policy views for objecting to the divorce bill. We have different views on the matter, and we respect differences. I must address, however, Madam Speaker, the so-called constitutional objection to the divorce bill. It is argued that because the Constitution states that marriage is an inviolable social institution, then divorce is unconstitutional. I believe this is a misreading of the Constitution, Madam Speaker. What the Constitution says is marriage is inviolable. It does not say that it cannot be dissolved or terminated. What it merely means is while a marriage exists and lasts, then you cannot enter into another marriage because it would violate the exclusivity of a marriage. While a marriage exists, one cannot have sexual relations with another because it would violate the obligation of fidelity in marriage. But the Constitution, whether expressly or impliedly, does not prohibit a marriage from being dissolved or terminated, as it is in fact liable of being terminated or dissolved under our very laws, our family code, and under this very Constitution. As an analogy, Madam Speaker, the laws we pass here in Congress are all inviolable. While those laws exist, they cannot be violated under pain of penalty. But saying that a law is inviolable is not equivalent to saying that a law is irrepealable. Laws are in fact subject to repeal, but this does not detract from their inviolability while they remain laws. So that is what the Constitution merely says about marriage being an inviolable social institution. It did not say that it cannot be terminated or dissolved. So, Madam Speaker, while we may differ in opinion on divorce on the basis of principle, religious beliefs, or moral beliefs, but there is only one Constitution, and there can be no constitutional objection to divorce. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of Baguio, Congressman Marco, to explain his vote.
The Honorable Marco is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Today, I explain my vote of no on House Bill 9349, an act reinstituting absolute divorce. My decision is rooted in 3 fundamental reasons. First, the need to protect the sanctity of the family. Second, the potential to improve existing legal frameworks. And third, the importance of expanding social services aimed at salvaging failed marriages. Firstly, we must protect the sanctity of the family. Article 15, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution is unequivocal in asserting that marriage as an inviolable social institution is the foundation of the family and shall be protected by the state. Marriage is not merely a contract between two individuals. It is the bedrock of our society. The dissolution of this sacred institution through divorce undermines the very foundation upon which our communities are built. Furthermore, it is the children who will bear the brunt of divorce. We have already seen studies that have shown that children from broken families often face emotional, psychological, and social challenges. By upholding the sanctity of marriage, we are safeguarding the well-being and the future of our nation's children. Secondly, we can address marital issues within the framework of existing laws rather than introducing divorce. To achieve this, we propose transferring the requisites of legal separation to annulment. By doing so, we acknowledge that the severe grounds for legal separation, such as repeated physical violence, drug addiction, abandonment, and sexual infidelity, should also be valid grounds for annulment. This expansion would provide those in troubled marriages with a more definitive resolution, recognizing the gravity of these issues and allowing individuals to fully dissolve their marital bonds rather than just separate. Furthermore, we must tackle the inefficiencies in our court system that cause delays and prolong the process of legal separation and annulment. The cost of an annulment varies widely, and it can range from 150,000 pesos to 300,000 or more. The entire process can take anywhere from 6 months to 4 years, depending on the court's calendar. Streamlining this procedure and reducing costs will make these options more accessible to those in troubled marriages, providing a viable alternative to divorce. Lastly, we must expand social services aimed at supporting couples before and during marriage to ensure that they are prepared for the challenges that they may face. By investing in comprehensive premarital education programs, we can help couples build a strong foundation, teaching them effective communication skills, conflict resolution, and financial management. During marriage, it is crucial to offer quality and accessible marriage counseling and support services. Strengthening these support systems can help couples work through their issues, fostering reconciliation and understanding, rather than opting for divorce at the first sign of irreconcilable difference. Providing robust counseling services demonstrates our commitment to preserving the family unit. These social services are more meaningful and constructive approach, emphasizing prevention and support over dissolution. In conclusion, allowing divorce would open the floodgates to more failed families, leaving children as the primary victims. Instead of taking this drastic step, we should focus on enhancing existing legal mechanisms and investing in social services, supporting and mending marriages. By doing so, we uphold the sanctity of the family, protect our children, and maintain the moral fabric of the Philippine society. Again, I vote no to the House Bill 9349.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 4th District of Leyte, Congressman Richard Gomez, to explain his vote.
The Honorable Richard Gomez is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I voted no for the divorce bill because I believe in the sanctity of marriage. The Philippines is largely a Catholic country, and I believe that our laws are there to serve a majority of the Filipino people. Conversely, I believe that our laws must also provide for laws that abide by the religious customs of majority of the Filipino people. Our civil code in its present form simply provides for those whose religious customs sanctifies marriage. The current laws also provide for annulment of marriage for cases where the parties were psychologically incapacitated from the very beginning. So we can say that our laws do not provide for a resolution for those whose marriages were defective at the fundamental level. Divorce may also lead to more cases of infidelity, as people may feel that they can easily get out of their marriages if they find someone better. Saying yes to divorce would diminish the extent and seriousness of the commitment to make a marriage decision. This will therefore breed marriages that are based on haphazard decisions. Ano sasabihin natin? Anyways, there's always a way out if this doesn't work. Ang daling umiska po. Pag ayaw ka na, ayaw na natin. May divorce naman. It should not work that way. Madam Speaker, in alfie.org.ph, in their studies have shown the destructive consequences of divorce, the devastating emotional and psychological effects on the separating parents and the children. Remember that the children of divorce will become the parents of tomorrow. They may also fail to prioritize the strength of their families. And for that, I voted no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I respectfully move that we recognize the author of House Bill number 349, the gentleman from the 1st District of the Great Province of Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman, to explain for a quick manifestation.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized for his manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am making this short manifestation to express my profound gratitude to all of those who contributed in various ways to the approval of the Absolute Divorce Bill on third and final reading. Let me first thank the leadership of the House under the stewardship of Speaker Martin Romualdez for allowing the members to cast a conscience vote. The collective conscience of the House through a majority vote has spoken loud and clear. Enact the absolute divorce law now. Likewise, I would like to thank Majority Leader Manuel Manix Dalipi for complying with his commitment that the absolute divorce bill will be called for second and third reading before we adjourn Synod today. My earnest thanks also go to the almost 80 co-authors of the bill who have remained steadfast in their support. Madam Speaker, may I also thank the other members of the House who, despite not being co-authors, fully supported the bill and even solicited affirmative votes. Let me also thank the chairman of the Committee on Population and Family Relations, the Honorable Ian Boldi, as well as the staff of the committee for their continuing stewardship of the bill. Thanks also to the officials of the technical staff of the Committee on Rules who were patient enough to get my calls for them to remind those who registered to interpolate not to delay anymore their interpolation. A special thanks also to my congressional staff members for their invaluable research and enduring support. Finally, Madam Speaker, my unending gratitude to the thousands of women advocates who work very hard for the passage of the absolute divorce bill in the House. Their representatives trooped to the House and attended daily the sessions for several months in order to show their unwavering support for the bill. Madam Speaker, to those who oppose the measure, I truly respect their differing views based on religious belief, fear of their bishops and pastors, following the preference of their constituents, apprehension of reprisals at the polls, that it is a conjugal decision, and in order not to displease their respective spouses. I am happy to note that these objections do not go into the empirical and secular merits, constitutionality, and efficacy of the absolute divorce bill. Madam Speaker, starting tomorrow, we shall begin our campaign in the Senate so that its counterpart measure, which has long been ripe for plenary deliberations, shall similarly be passed. Once again, thanks to one and all.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman of four-piece party list, our distinct minority leader, Representative Marcelo Libanan, to explain his vote.
The Honorable Liban is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I know how my vote was registered? Madam Speaker,
It's a no vote, Honorable Libanan.
Madam Speaker, I vote no. Madam Speaker, no bliss comparable to being married to the one you love. This, to my mind, is the rationale behind the biblical passage I quote, "What God has put together, let no one put asunder." Catholic Bible, Mark chapter 10, verse 9. Madam Speaker, that not all marriages end up happily ever after. We are aware of this, as some couples rush in where fools fear to tread. Some marriages are also not meant to be forever. Somewhere along their married life, sometimes early, sometimes late, they find themselves no longer happy living together. That, Madam Speaker, is a fact, not just an opinion. When that moment comes, Madam Speaker, marital bliss turns from heaven into hell. Longer, the law, no business being forcing a couple to live together, especially when the children are involved. When arguments turn into fights, when there is hatred and no more respect between man and wife, the law has more reason to keep the frayed marriage bonds together. This is the reason why, Madam Speaker, we already have in our statute of books the law on annulment of marriage. It is incumbent on the married couple, for their own sake and for the sake of their children and respective families, that they do their utmost to keep the marriage bond intact. And lastly, Madam Speaker, absolute divorce will destroy our family. And what does our Constitution, 1987 Constitution says? Article 2, under state policies, Section 12, I quote, "The state recognizes the sanctity of the family and shall protect and strengthen the family as a basic autonomous social institution. It shall equally protect the life of the mother, the life of the unborn from conception, the natural and primary right and duty of parents in the rearing of the youth for civic efficiency and development of moral character, and shall receive the support of the government. With the above reasons, Madam Speaker, I respect those who voted in favor, but I humbly vote against this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from the 2nd District of Batangas, Representative Jervil Luistro, to explain her vote.
The Honorable Luis is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today to express my firm opposition to the proposed divorce bill. My decision to vote against this bill is grounded in several key arguments that reflect the values and legal principles that underpin our society. First and foremost, the divorce bill diminishes the sanctity of marriage, a cornerstone of Filipino culture rooted in close family ties. The family, as the basic social institution, is constitutionally recognized under Article 2, Section 12 of the Philippine Constitution, which mandates the state to protect and strengthen the family as a basic autonomous social institution. Marriage, being the foundation of the family, must be safeguarded. Secondly, the divorce bill promotes the non-exhaustion of reconciliation efforts by offering a convenient escape from marital issues. The Family Code of the Philippines, particularly Article 59, mandates the family courts to ensure that reconciliation efforts are made before any legal separation or annulment proceedings are pursued. The most important, Mr. Speaker, there is ample remedies already existing in civil law and even in canon law, which address failed marriages. This representation is not against the separation of spouses. This representation is not against the nullification of marriages, especially when the children is suffering from extreme pain already. However, for the sake of the Filipino people, let me translate to Tagalog. Mayroon na pong sapat na batas na nagbibigay ng solusyon para sa hindi tagumpay na pagsasama ng mag-asawa. And to enumerate, Mr. Speaker, Article 36 of the Family Code addresses the nullity of marriage due to psychological incapacity. In the recent case of Tan Andal versus Andal, the Supreme Court clarified that psychological incapacity need not be a mental or personality disorder, nor should it be a permanent and incurable condition. Second, Mr. Speaker, legal separation is a remedy under Articles 55 to 67 of the Family Code. This provision allows spouses to live separately while remaining legally married, addressing issues such as abuse, infidelity, or abandonment. The case of Ocampo versus Ocampo exemplified the application of legal separation, providing protection and relief to aggrieved spouses without dissolving the marital bond, and thus preserving the sanctity of marriage and protecting family ties. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, canon law of the Roman Catholic Church also supports annulment under specific conditions. Canon 1095 of the Code of Canon Law specifies that a marriage can be declared null if one of the parties lacked sufficient use of reason, suffered from a grave defect of discretion or judgment concerning essential matrimonial rights and duties, or was unable to assume the essential obligations of marriage due to causes of a psychic nature. This alignment with the Catholic Church's teachings underscores the importance of considering annulment over divorce. Regarding the concern over the costly judicial process of annulment and legal separation, the remedy lies in institutionalizing free legal assistance for interested spouses through the Public Attorney's Office and the Integrated Bar of the Philippines Legal Aid Office. Under Republic Act Number 9406, the PAO is mandated to provide free legal services to indigent litigants. Additionally, the IBP's Legal Aid Program, established under Rule 138-A of the Rules of Court, offers free legal assistance to those who cannot afford private counsel. By strengthening these institutions and ensuring their accessibility, we can provide the necessary legal remedies
Please
to those
conclude your-
in need without resorting to
Please
divorce.
conclude your...
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
my vote against the divorce bill is grounded on the firm belief that it undermines the sanctity of marriage, disregards necessary reconciliation efforts, and overlooks existing legal remedies that address failed marriages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize one of our Deputy Minority Leader, the gentleman from the 1st District of Northern Samar, Representative Paul Daza, to explain his vote.
Congressperson Paul Daza of Samar, you're recognized, sir. You have three minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today to voice my opposition to the proposed bill and to explain my no vote. While the intentions behind this bill may stem from a desire to address the genuine suffering of those trapped in untenable marriages, I firmly believe that introducing divorce is not the solution that best serves our society's long-term well-being. Firstly, we must consider the sanctity of marriage. Marriage is enshrined in our cultural and religious heritage. It's a sacred union. It is not merely a contract, but a covenant, meant to endure through life's inevitable challenges. By legalizing divorce, we risk undermining this profound commitment, making it easier for couples to view marriage as a temporary arrangement rather than a lifelong partnership. Remember the words, until death do us part. Secondly, the impact on families, particularly children, everyone knows that, cannot be ignored. Studies from countries where divorce is prevalent indicate that children from divorced families often face significant emotional and psychological challenges. They experience higher levels of anxiety, depression, and behavioral issues compared to their peers from intact families. Moreover, we should consider the existing mechanisms within our legal framework that already provide remedies for those in difficult marriages. Legal separation and annulment, though imperfect, offer pathways for individuals to address issues of marital strife without completely dissolving the union. Instead of introducing divorce, we should have focused on reforming and improving these processes to make them more accessible and efficient. This approach would address the needs of those in distress while preserving the sanctity of marriage. We must also acknowledge the potential socioeconomic consequences of legalizing divorce. The economic burden on single-parent households is significantly higher, leading to increased poverty rates and dependence on social welfare systems. In a country where many already struggle to make ends meet, adding this layer of financial strain could have far-reaching repercussions on our economy and the overall well-being of our citizens. This bill did not have provisions that will strengthen child support mechanisms for divorced families. Moreover, our nation's laws should reflect our collective moral convictions. The overwhelming majority of Filipinos are Catholic, and our legislation should embody the values and teachings of our faith. Legalizing divorce sends a message that our society condones the breaking of solemn vows, contradicting the very principles that many of our citizens hold sacred. Voting no to the divorce bill is not merely a political decision. It is an affirmation of our faith, values, and our commitment to the sanctity of marriage. It is a stand for the permanence of the marital covenant, the well-being of our families, and the moral teachings of our Catholic Church. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the representative from the Kabataan Party List, Representative Raul Manuel, to explain his vote.
Kabataan Party List, Raul Manuel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bilang kinatawan ng sektor na kilala sa pagiging kritikal at bukas ang isipan sa mga progresibong panukala, bumoboto ang Kabataan Party List ng yes. This yes vote is not an additional means to break up families, but it is an additional means to break free, to provide married individuals with expanded options to break free from abuse. This yes vote is not to prescribe a lower value for relationships, but it is to promote stronger relationships and a fresh start for those who have been freed from abuse. This yes vote is not to leave the young to be lost and confused, but it is to help guide the youth to know what's acceptable and what's not acceptable in the relationships that they themselves will form, so that the youth can be in marriages that truly uphold mutual respect. Through this bill, Mr. Speaker, we hope that no couple will remain complacent in their relationship just because there are guarantees for the continuation of marriage regardless of what they do. Through this bill, we encourage young ones who will later on enter their own marriages to do their part and to do their best in maintaining healthy relationships. This is aligned with what the Filipino youth of today are generally open to, and what more and more young Filipinos demand, a higher standard for relationships and marriages. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, we vote yes to this bill. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 4th District of Quezon City, Representative Marvin Rillo, to explain his vote.
Congressman Rillo. You're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, fellow colleagues, I voted no against this bill. Let me simplify my explanation. There is a law far more important and powerful than the law made by man. It is the law of God. Let me quote Mark 10, verse 9. What therefore God has joined, let not man separate. Very simple, yet powerful. As a Catholic, I strongly believe that what is it that you will have in this world, and at the end you will lose your soul. Remember, the law of God represents His expressed will, demonstrating His holiness, justice, and goodness. Let not the law of man overshadow the law made by our Creator. Mr. Speaker, fellow colleagues, the sanctity of marriage must always prevail. That is the reason why this representation voted no against House Bill 9349. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader. Thank you,
Mr.
Congressman
Speaker,
Rillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the representative from the 2nd District of the City of Golden Friendship, Cagayan de Oro, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, to explain his vote.
The gentleman from the great city of Cagayan de Oro City, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, our Majority Leader. the representative of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro, the city of Golden Friendship, has cast a negative vote for 3 reasons, 2 of them constitutional. First, this divorce law is clearly and utterly unconstitutional. First, it violates Section 2, Article 15 of the 1987 Constitution, which states, marriage as an inviolable social institution is the foundation of the family and shall be protected by the state. The sponsor of this bill has mentioned 40 Constitution, which states that the state shall protect the family, the marriage, but never in the world is there a constitution that says that it is an inviolable social institution only in the Philippines. Because inviolability, Mr. Speaker, means indestructible. It means invincible. It means unbreakable. And that is why, based on this constitutional provision, this will be declared unconstitutional by our Supreme Court. Second, violation of our provisions of the family as a basic social institution. This will destroy Filipino families, Mr. Speaker. And in the case of Imbong versus Ochoa on the reproductive health law, GR number 204819, April 8, 2014, parts of the RH law were declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court because they violate the basic constitutional provisions of the family as the basic social institution. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, this violates the Constitution. And third, that's important also, this will inflict dire disadvantages to our children of divorced parents. Based on the study of a survey here, of the studies on the effect of divorce in many countries of the world, USA, Great Britain, it says here, the negative adjustments among children after separation and divorce, the greater the maladjustment of the child, and also aggression and learning disability. We have here, because of divorce, according to Peterson and Zill, according to Jacobson, Mr. Speaker, the depressed or withdrawn score of children living with a single mother was especially high because this breeds antisocial behavior. In Stolberg, Kampler, Carrer, and Wells, 1987, this particular divorce has resulted on children's difficulty in communication skills, increased anger, and then erratic character and actions of children. In the case also of Judith Wallerstein, it was clearly stated in their study, Mr. Speaker, that children of divorced parents, sadness and anger and yearning for someone to take care of them. Also, it has resulted, Mr. Speaker, lower educational degrees. Second, they therefore have difficulty in their adult life. And also, in the case of the statement of Amato versus Keith, 1991, Mr. Speaker, it says, children of divorced families are handicapped by the absence of one parent, and there is a low level of well-being. This divorce will inflict depression, low life satisfaction, and low educational attainment for children. We don't want that to happen, Mr. Speaker. And because my time is already expired, children who grow up without a father are 5 times more likely to live in poverty and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of schools, and 20 times more likely to end up in prison. They are more likely, I am quoting the statement of former President Barack Obama, they are more likely to have behavioral problems or run away from home or become teenage parents themselves. And the foundations of our community are weaker because of it. That was Barack Obama speaking on Father's Day 2008. He should know himself because he is a product of a single household. Thank you very much for giving me the time, Mr.
Daghang
Speaker.
salamat, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez of Cagayan de Oro City. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the representative from the 1st District of the province of Bataan, Representative Geraldine Roman, to explain her vote.
Congressperson Roman of the province of Bataan, you recognize, ma'am. Please take note, 3 minutes of the limit.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the chairperson of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality and as a legislator, my decision to vote in favor of the divorce bill is grounded in a profound sense of duty and compassion for our fellow citizens. Matagal na po itong clamor ng napakaraming women's groups na aking nakasalamuha sa aking trabaho bilang chairperson ng komiteng ito. Hayaan niyo pong i-share ko sa inyo ang karanasan ng isa sa mga babaeng ito na in-interview ni Boy Abunda. Nasa programa siya, ang asawa niya isang narcissist, and for more than a decade, she was subjected not just to physical abuse, but also to emotional, financial, and psychological abuse. Up to the point na nag-uuwi ng kerida, several in fact, yung lalaki, at pinipilit ang wife na magluto para sa kanila. Dahil ang babae walang access to education, di siya nakapagtrabaho at fully dependent siya sa kanyang asawa. At ang pinananakot sa kanya tuwing umaangal siya ay hindi pag-aaralin ang kanilang mga anak. Nung nakagraduate na yung huling anak, gusto na sana niyang iwanan ng relationship. Pero she realized that she could not afford the process. And she wanted a second chance at happiness. Alam niyo, nung ini-interview sila, merong panelists, sabing gano'n ng mga pro-divorce, dapat magkaroon ng divorce. Sabing gano'n ng mga kumukontra, they belong to a specific religion which I will not mention. Anong palagay ninyo sa sitwasyon ng babaeng ito? Ang sagot nila, kulang kasi sa prayer ang kanyang relasyon, ang kanyang marriage. Napanganga yung babae at sinabi niya, prayer, halos araw-araw. Nagdarasal ako upang makasurvive, mabuhay. At nagdarasal ako for a second chance. So it's about this, second chances. For relationships, for people, for individuals, for Filipinos, for women and men na wala ng option. But this is not an affront against marriage itself as an institution. We have to acknowledge the fact that not all marriages reflect the harmony and love that this institution ideally represents, that it theoretically represents. Some marriages become toxic, marked by abuse, neglect, and there is irreparable harm. In these cases, our faith and moral principles also compel us as lawmakers to provide options and alternatives with empathy and a sense of justice. Legalizing divorce does not mean that we are advocating for the dissolution of marriage. Rather, it is a recognition that in some situations, divorce is the last resort. And we made sure during the deliberations that it should be the last resort. It is a misconception to believe that legalizing divorce will lead to a surge in broken marriages. Divorce remains a final measure, one that is taken only after all efforts at reconciliation have been exhausted. And most importantly, sometimes divorce is a life-saving measure, especially for many women, many OFWs. It offers an escape from a cycle of abuse and suffering that could otherwise persist indefinitely. It allows individuals to reclaim their dignity, safety, and well-being. And as legislators, we must ensure that our legal system upholds the principles of justice and compassion, providing a path to safety for those who have no other means of escape. My dear colleagues, as legislators, we cannot base our legislation on fear, but we should be brave enough to face real-life realities and provide practical alternatives. Hence, my vote, and I say it with confidence, is yes to divorce.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Duman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the last member who would explain her vote is the representative from the 3rd District of the province of Nueva Ecija, Representative Rosana Ria Vergara. I move that we recognize Representative Vergara.
Congresswoman from Nueva Ecija, you're recognized, ma'am. Congresswoman Vergara. Please
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Speaker. My vote is no. While I recognize the necessity of updating our current laws on annulment and legal separation to address domestic abuse and marriages that are irretrievably broken, one of the grounds in the proposed divorce bill is particularly susceptible to abuse and misinterpretation: irreconcilable differences. The definition of irreconcilable differences in the bill is vague and lacking clear parameters for proving such a claim. This ambiguity makes it difficult to establish competent and credible proof. Allowing irreconcilable differences as a ground for divorce can serve as an easy way out. The term is broad and often subjective, encompassing a wide range of issues from minor disagreements to significant conflicts. This lack of specificity allows individuals to claim irreconcilable differences without providing substantial evidence of genuine marital problems, essentially using it as a catch-all reason to end a marriage without thoroughly examining the relationship's issues. Moreover, irreconcilable differences can be exploited in situations where one party wishes to dissolve the marriage unilaterally. This can be particularly harmful when the other party believes the marriage can still be salvaged and is willing to work on resolving their issues, especially for the sake of the children. In summary, while irreconcilable differences aim to provide an amicable pathway to divorce, this condition can be abused due to its vague nature. This can undermine the commitment to marriage and allow for decisions without mutual consent. It is therefore essential to consider these potential abuses to ensure that the grounds for divorce are used appropriately and justly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Vergara. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill 10439 as continued in the committee report number 1088 submitted by the Committee on Dangerous Drugs. May I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill?
Secretary General is recognized. Please proceed.
House Bill 10439, an act providing right of access to medical cannabis, establishing the Medical Cannabis Office, and providing funds therefore.
Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman, the Honorable Barbers, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The Chairman of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Surigao, 2nd District, Del Norte, Congressman Barbers. You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, as the Chair of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, it is my honor today to present and sponsor House Bill number 10439, entitled An Act Providing Right of Access to Medical Cannabis, establishing the Medical Cannabis Office and providing funds therefore. For the record, Mr. Speaker, the Medical Cannabis Bill has been filed in the 16th Congress but failed to pass. In this 19th Congress, 10 bills were filed resurrecting medical cannabis. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, since the time we failed to pass the Medical Cannabis Bill in the 16th Congress and in the succeeding years, the country lost a valuable opportunity to save, or at the very least improve, the lives of countless patients who could have benefited from the healing wonders of medical cannabis. To this day, patients suffering from debilitating illnesses and fighting to get access to cannabis-based medicines could only hope that our government will one day consider their plight and make cannabis available to them legally. If you look at the last 5 years alone, we hear about one nation after another rewriting their history by reversing their prohibitions against cannabis and making it available as a form of medical treatment for a long list of medical conditions. As of today, Mr. Speaker, cannabis-based medicines are legal in over 60 countries and being administered for the treatment of medical conditions such as epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, anxiety, sleep disorders, rheumatoid arthritis, migraines, and other types of chronic pains, just to name a few. Studies have also shown that cannabis is also highly effective in addressing the pain and suffering associated with the end stages of cancer. In fact, many cases, cannabis is used not as an alternative, but as the last resort when all else has failed. We cannot continue ignoring these facts, Mr. Speaker, much less continue to deprive the Filipino people of the care they deserve because of our fears. Our fear that cannabis will be abused, fear that it will be used for non-medical purposes or recreationally, or fear that we don't have the capacity to establish a new industry. It's time that we face those fears head-on and give this bill our utmost consideration, primarily for the sake of the patients, but also for the sake of establishing a new industry in the country, creating new jobs and revenue sources for our government, and for the sake of correcting decades of bias, misinformation, and paranoia. House Bill 10439 is all about the legalization of the medical use of cannabis and creating a means for patients to have access to it, just like they have access to other pharmaceutical products. By no means is this bill a gateway to the recreational use of cannabis. All our fears, concerns, doubts, and skepticisms, while some may be legitimate, let's face it, they're mostly unfounded, already debunked by studies, and are based on ignorance and social stigma. I encourage you to put those fears aside for now, my dear colleagues, to keep an open mind and rest assured that the Committee on the Dangerous Drugs and the Committee on Health have gone through every possible concern and potential consequences in a very comprehensive manner during a series of joint committee hearings and technical working groups. I will be more than happy to respond to your questions and concerns and present the latest data during the interpellation and floor debates, Mr. Speaker. Access will only be available by prescription and medical supervision of an accredited medical cannabis physician. 3, a regulatory framework will be established for cultivation, manufacturing, distribution for medical and research purposes, and prescribing and dispensing to patients. 4th, a regulatory body to be called the Medical Cannabis Office, or the MCO, will be created under the control and supervision of the Department of Health, which will oversee the implementation of this law, including licensing, enforcement, and compliance with safety and security requirements, and measures to prevent diversion into non-medical use in close coordination with the Dangerous Drugs Board. Unlike in the 16th Congress, this time around, there is a counterpart bill in the Senate. The buck does not have to stop here in the lower house anymore. With support from both chambers, I strongly believe that we are making one major step closer to creating a legal pathway for patients to have a safe and affordable access to medical cannabis. The healing benefits of medical cannabis are backed by research from countries with the most advanced technology and state-of-the-art research capacities like Israel, Canada, and the United States. My dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker, today we face the opportunity to write history by supporting this landmark legislation, and by supporting this bill, I hope that we can seize the opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to present and sponsor this bill for and on behalf of the authors of this bill. I hope that we as a body do the right thing by supporting this proposed legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat, Congressman Barbers of Surigao del Norte. Majority Leader, please.
Ikaw na sunod.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the good gentleman from 1st District of Isabela, Deputy Speaker Antonio Tonipet Albanio, for his sponsorship speech.
Deputy Speaker, Tonipet Albano of Isabela, your recognizer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The heartfelt gratitude to the chairman who just spoke before me, our chairman of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Robert Ace Barbers, has already elucidated all the medical benefits of this bill. And so I rise today to sponsor the House Bill number 10439, together with my colleagues, and would like to just submit the sponsorship speech for this House bill. However, I would like to first and foremost thank, as I've said, the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Robert Ace Barbers, the Chairman of the Committee on Health, Representative Siriaco June Gato, for your expertise and dedication that made this bill possible for us to sponsor today. Equally, of course, and foremost, we'd like to thank the leadership and steadfast support of our dearest Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Gomez Romualdez, for his support for this bill. And we would also like to thank the Committee on Appropriations Representative Elizalde Co, who has given his approval to hopefully give the appropriate money for this bill. Furthermore, my gratitude extends to my fellow co-authors and supporters of this bill. The technical working group was actually chaired by no less than the Representative Jinky Luistro, Representative Tony Goles, Representative Ray Reyes, Representative El Rey Villafuerte, Representative Midi Kua, Representative Hori Horibata, Representative Nick Enciso, Representative David Suarez, or Deputy Speaker David Suarez, Representative, former Speaker Representative Pantaleon Alvarez, Representative and former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Representative Eric Go Yap, Representative Ed Vic Yap, Representative Raymond Estrella, Representative Brian Raymond Yamsuan, Representative Celso Regencia, Representative Steve Chongbian Solon, and my good friend and handsome Representative and Deputy Majority Leader Richard Gomez. They all and all of us worked hard to support this bill. And so we ask our colleagues to please support this bill today so that we can help all those people that are in need of such alternative medicines, which is what the cannabis can offer. We know very well that this has already been passed or legalized in many countries, and we know that the medicinal effect of this marijuana can be helpful to our poor constituents, especially the poor who cannot afford the medicines, especially if they have cancer and such. And one last thing, Mr. Speaker. This measure has already been passed during the 17th Congress, authored by no less than my big brother, former congressman and now governor of the province of Isabela, Representative Rodito Albano. It is not just a legislative proposal. It is a lifeline for thousands of patients, including those suffering from epilepsy cancer, and the likes. By voting yes to this measure, we take a decisive step towards alleviating suffering, enhancing quality of life, and upholding the right of patients to choose their treatment. Let us come together to support this vital initiative and make a tangible difference in the lives of our fellow Filipinos. And so, my brothers and sisters, my dear colleagues in this 19th Congress, I therefore urge you to vote yes for this measure so that we will be able to help ensure the health of our Filipino citizens who are suffering. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Albano. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no member who wishes to interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no member who wishes to introduce committee or individual amendment. I move to close period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill 10439.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 10439. As many as in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 10439 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 10466 as contained in Committee Report number 1097 submitted by Committee on Foreign Affairs, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 10466.
House Bill 10466, an act adjusting the monthly pension benefits of retirees of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Rachel Arenas, Chairperson of Committee on Foreign Affairs, for her sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Maria Rachel Arenas is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand before you to champion a cause that is both just and necessary. It is a matter of honor and gratitude towards those who have dedicated their lives to serving our nation far from home, the officers of our Department of Foreign Affairs. Let me share a story that exemplifies the selfless dedication of our diplomats. One of our former ambassadors, who served with distinction for 46 years, was a pillar of our foreign service. As an ambassador and, at one point, Undersecretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, her tenure saw the strengthening of bilateral and multilateral relationships, the promotion of trade and investment, and the unwavering protection of Filipino citizens abroad. Despite her towering achievements, she retired in 2016 with a salary grade 30, receiving a monthly pension of 30,000 pesos. She battled a severe health issue while still in the line of duty, a stark reminder of the personal sacrifices our diplomats make. Disturbingly, she is among the more fortunate retirees. Many ambassadors who retired earlier received pensions as low as 20,000 pesos. The situation for lower-ranking DFA personnel is even more dire, despite their equal dedication and service. Our Constitution mandates the state to pursue an independent foreign policy, placing paramount importance on national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the welfare of our citizens. This immense responsibility rests primarily on the shoulders of the DFA with the stewardship of the President. Therefore, it is only fitting that the best and brightest serve in this crucial agency. Yet, the reality of diplomatic service is far from the glamorous image often portrayed. It is a life filled with intense pressure and the emotional toll of being uprooted from one's homeland. Diplomats uproot their lives, often relocating their families to foreign lands. Spouses sacrifice their own careers, making retirement planning even more challenging. These sacrifices ensure that our country is well represented globally. Our diplomats negotiate agreements, foster economic relations, and address the concerns of Filipinos overseas, from rescuing abused OFWs to managing international crises. Consider the harrowing experience of one of our ambassadors who survived a terrorist attack. A car bomb exploded beside his vehicle, causing severe injuries and lifelong psychological scars. Another incident involved our ambassador to Egypt, who, despite being involved in a severe car accident, continued his mission to aid distressed OFWs. Despite the trauma caused by the incident, he still proceeded to the border to facilitate the entry of Filipino evacuees to Egypt. Our diplomats' dedication remained unwavering even in war zones. Unlike many countries, the Philippines has never closed its embassies in Iraq, Syria, or Libya during conflicts. The increasing number of OFWs, now exceeding 10.8 million, adds to the intense pressure on our diplomats. Despite their sacrifices, DFA personnel face financial hardship upon retirement. Those who retired decades ago received pensions barely sufficient to live on. This is especially true for those who retired many years ago, even as far back as the 1990s, whose monthly pensions only amounted to a few thousand pesos. This reality is a grave injustice to individuals who dedicated their lives to serving our nation. It is high time we rectify this. The Foreign Affairs Retirement Benefit Act, or House Bill 10466, proposes the following key provisions. Eligibility: retired DFA personnel aged 65 and above with at least 15 years of service will receive adjusted pensions. Pension adjustment: monthly pensions will be adjusted to reflect current salary grades, ensuring fairness and adequacy. Benefit cap: retirees under RA 1616 will receive up to 50% of the adjusted pensions, ensuring equitable treatment. Protection of benefits: pensions will be protected from taxation, legal proceedings, and liens. Survivor benefits: in the event of a retiree's death, surviving spouses and dependent children will receive 50% of the adjusted benefits. Funding: the DFA will fund this initiative through expedite fees collected from consular services, ensuring no additional burden on the state's budget. To be clear, the DFA will not be leaving GSIS, and its personnel will continue to contribute to it. The DFA will only administer the differential pension provided under this measure. The DFA's internal data and study shows that the proposed measure will benefit 544 retirees as of 2023 and will only cost the government an estimated $327 million in differential pensions annually. Mr. Speaker, this bill addresses the financial inadequacies faced by retired diplomats. It is a modest investment for the immense contribution of our diplomats, ensuring they live with dignity and security in their twilight years. Mr. Speaker, we are honored to have some of our esteemed retired ambassadors and the DFA officers among us today. Standing in solidarity to advocate for this bill. Their presence emphasizes the pressing importance of our plea. I ask my colleagues to support this important measure. Let us recognize the invaluable service of our diplomats who have risked their lives and made countless sacrifices for the nation. It is only fitting that we ensure they are cared for in their retirement. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Arenas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my fellow Mindanaonon. At the outset, let me acknowledge the presence of the Department of Foreign Affairs, its active officials, and those who have retired from service. First, we have with us in this plenary hall, Assistant Secretary Domingo Nolasco. We also have with us Assistant Secretary Adrian Bernie Candolada. We have with us Deputy Assistant Secretary Greg Marie Marino. We have also with us today those who have retired from service, and they are here. They will be the immediate beneficiaries of this bill. We have the former Undersecretary, Ambassador Rafael Seguis, Ambassador Rowena Mendoza Sanchez, Ambassador Rora Tolentino, Ambassador Susan Castrense, Ambassador Monica Rueca, and we have Mrs. Celia Aragon, Ms. Erlinda Guzman, Ms. Luz Banobstal, Mr. Antonio Saromines, and Ms. Generosa B. Balocati. Mr. Speaker, this is in support of our beloved Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, no less than Chair Rachel Arenas. The Philippine Foreign Service is where triumphs are often understated and victories unfold quietly behind the scenes. Our people, our diplomats, the faces of our flag scattered across continents are the unsung heroes who tirelessly uphold Philippine interest. Often at a great personal cost, they dedicate decades, 20, 30, sometimes even 40 years to the intricate workings of international diplomacy. Theirs is a rough path paved with unwavering commitment, resilience, and a profound sense of service to our nation and our people. Yet, Mr. Speaker, these quiet heroes face a harsh reality upon retirement. Inflation has mercilessly eroded the value of their hard-earned pensions, leaving many with a monthly income that can barely sustain the most basic of medical needs. In other words, Mr. Speaker, many face a retirement that falls short of their noble sacrifices. Imagine an ambassador, a figure who once spoke for our entire nation, who expertly navigated complex international relations, facing a retirement of a measly 20,000 or less to live on. In contrast, an ambassador at the present similar service record would retire today would be able to count on a pension of over 100,000 pesos. The core, therefore, of this bill, with our chairman, Rachel Arenas, is a monthly pension differential designed to bridge these inequitable gaps. It bears emphasizing that this bill is not intended to index existing retirement benefits to current salary levels. Colleagues, my honorable distinguished colleagues, I stand before you today in passionate advocacy for the passage of this DFA retirement bill. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, This bill is not about creating a new privileged class, but it is about recognizing the sacrifices made by our foreign service. This is about ensuring a dignified retirement for our diplomats who have poured their hearts and souls into serving our nation at times in perilous environment. It will provide financial relief, allowing our DFA retirees to step into their golden years with the security they deserve, and more importantly, what they have earned. If this stark gap between service and a secure retirement continues, it will not only be unjust to DFA retirees, but it would be demoralizing to those in active service. Mr. Speaker, moreover, this proposal will not burden the national government. This is the difference with other retirement bills. Funding will come from their expedite fees charged for consular services, which is allowed by Executive Order 906, Series of 2010. The DFA remains firmly committed to operating within the framework of the Government Service Insurance System. The DFA will only fund and administer the differential pension provided under this measure. Finally, the passage of this bill is not merely a matter of budgetary adjustments. It represents a powerful symbol of our nation's commitment to its silent guardians. It signifies our recognition of the quiet heroism that keeps the wheels of diplomacy turning and ensures the well-being of Filipinos abroad and projects a strong Philippine voice on the global stage. Let us honor, Mr. Speaker, the service of these incredible individuals. Let us pass the DFA retirement bill and ensure a legacy that reflects our nation's deepest values, a legacy that acknowledges and rewards quiet heroism. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, our chairperson, Rachel Arenas. And thank you for the presence of the Department of Foreign Affairs, active and retired officials. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Rodriguez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Roman Romulo. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Roman Romulo is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, thank you for the opportunity to give my wholehearted support to the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Arenas, and of course to our good friend, Chairman Rufus Rodriguez. They are correct, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Speaker. These unsung heroes deserve all the help and assistance from this Congress and from the Filipino people. My father served 7 years with the Department of Foreign Affairs. Most of our guests here this afternoon served with my father. I hope we can immediately honor these unsung heroes as turned by Chairman Rodriguez. Let us support this measure. Mabuhay po ang ating foreign affairs.
Thank you, Honorable Romulo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bienvenido Abante for his manifestation.
The Honorable Bienvenido Abante is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to thank the sponsors, the chairperson of the Committee of Foreign Affairs, Madam Rachel Arenas, including the sponsor, my good friend, Congressman Rufus Gutierrez, Mr. Speaker. Just would like to say that I fully support this measure. This is actually long overdue. So I'm also a principal author of one of these bills that is being tackled today. I hope and pray that we're going to fast-track the approval of this bill, just like we fast-track the approval of divorce bill, Mr. Speaker. So I would even think that this is more important bill to fast-track than any other bills here being tackled about. So, Mr. Speaker, please, I pray that all of our members of our colleagues here would be in full support of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Labante. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual and committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 10466.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 10466. As many as in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 10466 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect to the Ad Hoc Committee on Agricultural Services Convergence Initiative as members Representative Robert Raymond M. Estrella and Representative Allen Jesse C. Mangawang.
Is there any objection? Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 102, 10251, 10403, 10424, 10439, and 10466, and House Resolution numbers 332, 1024, and 1747 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8257 and Senate Bill number 2594 on creating additional Sharia judicial districts comprising the National Capital Region and the Central Visayas region. In accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. As many as in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Conference Committee is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read title of resolutions, messages from the Senate, as well as committee reports. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the resolution on first reading as well as communication and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Including resolutions and messages from the Senate and committee reports, Mr. Speaker.
Approved. Please proceed.
Additional reference of business, resolutions. House Resolution 1745, directing the appropriate House committees to conduct an investigation in coordination with the relevant government agencies and bodies, such as but not limited to the CHR, DILG, DOJ, and PNP, and related officials of all pertinent LGUs and the respective local chief executives, particularly the cities of Manila, Cebu City, Quezon City, and all those who are identified to have been involved or has an alleged history of cases of extrajudicial killings and possible human rights violations in the respective areas of responsibilities for a period covering the last 25 years until the present, by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority.
House Resolution 1746, declaring the journal of the session dated May 20 to 2022-2024 as having been read and approved by Representatives Dalipe and Libanon.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1747, resolution commending the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his exemplary, competent, and decisive leadership of the House of Representatives during the second regular session of the 19th Congress, by Representatives Dalipe and Libanon.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1748, declaring every 15th of January of every year as Japan-Philippines Parliamentarians Friendship Day in the House of Representatives, by Representatives Goles, Tolentino, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, Magsino, and Matibag.
To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy.
House Concurrent Resolution 26, providing for the adjournment sine die of the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, May 2020, 2024, by Representatives Dalipe and Libanon.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated May 22, 2024, which was received by the House on even date, informing the House that on May 21, 2024, the Senate passed Senate Bill 2593, revising the Government Procurement Reform Act, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business, committee reports. Committee reports number 1100, submitted by the Committee on Trade and Industry and the Committee on Appropriations and House Bill 8657. Committee reports number 1101, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises on House Bill 10483. Committee report number 1102, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and House Resolution number 1753. Committee report number 1103, submitted by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, Re. Committee case number SC-2024-17.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider an item in the business for the day.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that we take up Committee Report 1099 as contained in House Resolution 332, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 332.
House Resolution 332, a resolution urging the Department of Foreign Affairs to undertake a concerted effort to requests that the President of the United States of America include the Republic of the Philippines in the United States Department of Homeland Security's Guam CNMI waiver program.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adopt House Resolution 332.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 332. As many as in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 332 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Dalawa. Hindi, yung tanong niya kasi meron pa ba?
Ikaw?
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to authorize all committees to conduct meetings and/or public hearings if deemed necessary during the sine die adjournment of the House.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move to consider Committee Report number 1103 submitted by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges.
There's a motion to consider Committee Report number 1103 submitted by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, the Honorable Felimon M. Espares.
The Honorable Espares is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, distinguished members of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a decisive moment for the Committee on Ethics and Privileges. For today, I am humbly rise to sponsor the report on the result of the investigation contained in Committee Report number 1103 on the case docketed as Committee Case Number AC 2024-17 entitled Ray T. Oy et al. Versus Representative Pantilion de Alvarez for disorderly behavior and gross neglect of duties in violation of the Code of Conduct of the House of Representatives. This case stemmed from a sworn complaint of complainants Ray T. Oy and 22 others against Representative Pantilion de Alvarez of the 1st District of Davao del Norte. As everybody in this august body would know, this case became a renowned one because this has put the institution and the people with different views and opinions surrounding his impassioned political speech during the Maisog prayer rally at the Davao del Norte Sports and Tourism Complex in Tagum City. The said events was attended by around 7,000 individuals from across Mindanao, broadcast live in SMNI, and likewise live streamed throughout Facebook and YouTube and other social media platforms. As a matter of fact, there were duly constituted authorities, including ours, that responded to the uttered statement and call of our colleague, putting the members and the institution to the spotlight in the different and various sectors of our society. In the complaint, there were allegations that respondent in his speech uttered demeaning words against co-public servants and seditious statements that indeed the committee need to conduct meetings just to look into the very essence of the complaint. The seriousness and the sensitivity of the allegations in the complaint, as well as the substantial pieces of evidence submitted to support the allegation, lead the committee to dwell into this investigation as it touches the very fiber of our institutional morality in order to protect the integrity, dignity, and reputation of the House and its members. Although there were specific defenses being propounded by the respondent and his counsel, we cannot agree that there was no improper conduct committed. As guardian of this institution, the committee cannot countenance such words or statements that would put into disrepute the image of our institution. As public officers and trustees of the people, we owe this to the Filipino people from whom they have given their trust and confidence. That is why we deserve the dignity and respect of being House members of this institution collectively and individually. Our colleague should have been more circumspect on his words or statements and observe the norms of conduct expected of public officials under our jurisdiction. As the chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, may I present to this august chamber the committee's sound decision on the aforementioned case after conducting a rigid and exhaustive investigation that started on 2 of May 2024, where the committee acquired jurisdiction over the matter and concluded on the 21st of May 2024. And I would like to thank the parties as well as their counsel for their cooperation in the conduct of the investigation. That is why the committee have an early resolution in this case. Therefore, after a thorough and extensive deliberations on the allegations and defenses of the parties, and with observance of due process and fair play to both sides, the Committee on Ethics and Privileges finds that Representative Pantaleon D. Alvarez has indeed uttered unparliamentary and inappropriate statements which reflected negatively upon the dignity, integrity, and reputation of the House of Representatives as an institution and of the members of the House individually and collectively. Thus, by a unanimous vote of all the members being a quorum, the committee thereby recommends to the House of Representatives the imposition of the penalty of 60 days suspension from the service upon the Representative Pantaleon D. Alvarez for disorderly behavior and for violation of the House rules, particularly Section 141, Paragraph A of the Code of Conduct. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Jerdin Jesus Romaldo of the Lone District of Camigan for a manifestation.
The Honorable Romualdo is recognized for his manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, may I manifest that I am inclined to urge my colleagues to reduce the disciplinary action recommended by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges against Representative Pantaleon D. Alvarez under the Committee Report number 1103. While I agree that the statements made by Representative Pantaleon Alvarez are unparliamentary and distasteful, that his behavior undeniably discredited the House of Representatives. The committee acknowledged that they were emotional expressions rather than intentional calls for actual harm or further political consequences. In the humble opinion of this representation, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, the severity of a 60-day suspension appears disproportionate to the nature and context of his misconduct. I will move, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, therefore, at the proper time, that the penalty of 60-day suspension recommended by the Committee on Ethics be reduced to censure. Again, censure. Censure is a formal reprimand, a public statement by the House of Representatives of its disapproval of the conduct of Representative Pantaleon Alvarez. In this instance, censure would suffice in addressing the misconduct without being excessively harsh. This approach fosters a more constructive and rehabilitative outcome, allowing Representative Alvarez to make amends and in the future be more circumspect in making statements in public. For these reasons, I urge Your Honors, my colleagues, to support the reduction of the penalty of a 60-day suspension and instead impose the penalty of censure on Representative Pantaleon Alvarez.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, at the appropriate time, we will consider the request or the recommended amendment of the Honorable Romualdo. With this, Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Paul Dasa from the minority.
The Honorable Paul Dasa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We appreciate the hard work of the Ethics Chairman, as reported earlier, and I think one of the most difficult committees to handle is probably that committee because it always involves a colleague here in the House. And I salute you, Chairman Asparis, for your strong leadership of that committee, however difficult the work that you need to do. We appreciate, I think, the recommendation that the committee has made, but please allow me, Madam Speaker, to also support a motion that I hope will be made to downgrade the recommendation of that committee from suspension to censure. I would like to add that while acknowledging the seriousness of the statements made by our former Speaker Alvarez, censure serves as a sufficient measure to address that misconduct without unduly impacting the ability to serve his constituents. This balanced approach ensures accountability while allowing for continued legislative contributions. Additionally, allow me to commend my colleagues who would support that motion to downgrade to censure. I think this would be a true test of leadership by the majority and the Speaker, who I think has indicated his openness to that. And the minority will support such a motion if it will be made by the majority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Nonoy Libanan.
The Honorable Nonoy Libanan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is the tradition of this House that if a chairperson stands and reports the decision of the committee, the House is bounded by our traditional rules to support the chair. The chair, Moniz Paris, reported that we imposed the penalty of suspension. However, there is this amendment by Honorable J.J. Romualdo and concurred by the Honorable Paul Dasat to make this as censure, as penalty. Madam Speaker, let this not become a precedent. Otherwise, this will destroy our committee system. That if there's any amendment, let it happen during the committee hearing so that we can arrive at a proper decision before we report it to the plenary. And I'm not objecting to this because also of the previous accomplishments of the former Speaker Alvarez in this August chamber. And let this not become a precedent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, earlier during the manifestation of the Honorable J.J. Romualdo, he put forward a proposed amendment. I therefore move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier, the manifestation of the Honorable Romualdo, he moved that on page 20 of I move that we recognize the Honorable Romualdo for his proposed amendment, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Romualdo is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Honorable members of this body, Mr. Speaker, on page 20 of the committee report, second paragraph, I move to delete the phrase suspension from office for 60 days, and in lieu thereof, insert the word censure.
What does the sponsor say?
Well, Madam Speaker, since our report is recommendatory, I submit this amendment to the collective wisdom of the plenary.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we adopt the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Madam Speaker, there being no further amendment, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is closed.
Pinaikot ko na voting. Madam Speaker, I now move that we adopt the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report number 1103 as amended, and pursuant to our rules, direct the Secretary General to read the title of said measure and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report number 1103. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to call the roll of members for nominal voting.
Nominal voting on the findings and recommendations under Committee Report number 1103. Roll call of members. Abalos. Abante.
I vote no, Madam Speaker.
Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Akop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Angara. Aquino. Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Bilyones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bongalon. Bordado.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Bordado, you're recognized.
I abstain, Madam Speaker.
Please continue.
Bosita. Briones. Brosas.
Abstain, Madam Speaker.
Buhain. Bulot Begtang. Bustos. Cabredo. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon. Calixto. Campos. Kawagdan. Cardema. Cari. Castro Franz. Castro Jean. Celeste. Chan. Chato. Chua. Chungalaw. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Pilar. Cojuangco Jaime Eduardo Mark. Cojuangco Mark. Colada. Colliantes. Corvera. Cruz Ambrosio. Cruz Ricardo. Pua. Quaresma. Dagook. Dalipe. Dalog. Dayanghirang. Daza.
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote, please.
De Jesus. De Venecia. Defensor. Del Mar. De Los Santos. Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid. Dimaporo City Amina. Dionisio. Domingo. Tuavit. Duhali. Duterte. D. Faustino Ino. D. Faustino Michael Carlos. D. Ian Paul. Ecleo. Emano. Enverga. Escudero. Espares. Espina. Estrella. Udela. Fariñas. Fernandez. Ferrer Antonio. Ferrer Juliet Marie. Flores. Fortes. Frasco. Fresnedi. Fuentebella. Galeyos. Garcia Albert. Garcia Dante. Garcia Jose Arturo. Garcia Maria Angela. Garcia Pablo Jan. Garcia Vincent. Guardiola. Garin. Gasataya. Gato. Go Ed Christopher. Go Mark. Goles. Gomez. Gonzaga. Gonzales Aurelio. Gonzales Neptali. Gonzales Sandro. Goriseta. Guico. Gintu. Gulias. Gutierrez. Haresco. Hataman.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
abstain.
Please proceed.
Hernandez. Herrera. Horibata. Javier. Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel,
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Manuel.
I abstain. Thank you.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Leito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Juarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic. Yap Eric. Yu Divina Grace. Yu Giselle Victoria. Yulo. Zamora Amparo Maria. Zamora Maria Carmen. Zamora Isabel Maria. Zubiri. Second call for the adoption of findings and recommendations on Committee Report 1103. Abalos. Advincula. Alba. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong.
Ano, hanapin ko siya.
Ang. Angara. Aquino. Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Bilyones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bongalon. Bordado. Bosita. Briones. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Kari, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, O Elizalde, Popular, Pohuangco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Pohuangco Mark, Colada, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dayang Hirang, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Estrella, Fariñas, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Fortes, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Jose Arturo, Guardiola, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Po Olga, Co Ricardo, Po Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lazatin, Legarda, Libanan, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Marañon, Mariano Hernandez, Marquez, Marcos,
Madam Speaker, abstain.
Please proceed.
Marquez, Matugas, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Orwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Rama, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Rodriguez Eulogio, Romero. Romualdez Ferdinand Martin. Romualdo. Romulo. Sakaluran. Salceda. Sali. Salo. Santos. Saulub. Silverio. Singson Ronald. Solon. Suwan. Swansing Horacio. Swansing Micaela Angela. Suarez. Talyado. Tamayo. Tambunting. Tan Joseph. Tan Keith Micah. Tan Reynolds Michael. Tan Samir. Tan Stephen James. Tan Tambut. Tan Chay. Tan Watco. Teodoro. Tiangco. Tieng. Tolentino. Tulfo Irwin. Tulfo Ralph Wendell. Tupas. Tutor. Umali. Unabia. Uy. Vargas. Vargas Alfonso. Velasco. Vergara. Verzosa. Villa. Villafuerte Luis Raymond. Villafuerte Miguel Luis. Villanueva. Violago. Yamsuan. Yap Christian Tel. Yap Edvic. Yap Eric. Yu Divina Gris. Yu Giselle Victoria. Yulo. Zamora Amparo Maria. Zamora Maria Carmen. Zamora Isabel Maria. Zubiri.
With 186 members voting in the affirmative, 5 against, 7 abstentions, the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report Number 1103 are hereby adopted as amended.
Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9284 and 397 and Senate Bill number 2432 and the amendment of the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2006. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There's a move to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are also in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 7325 and Senate Bill number 2221 on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. I therefore move that in accordance with the rules, we ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There's a move to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9648 and Senate Bill number 2593 on providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government. With this and in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There's a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, earlier we approved House Bill number 9349. I therefore move that the Secretary General be directed to immediately transmit to the Senate House Bill number 9349, earlier approved on third reading.
There's
So
a
moved, Madam
motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend, Madam Speaker.
Session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Concurrent Resolution number 26, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of the concurrent resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 26 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 26. Concurrent Resolution providing for the adjournment sine die of the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, May 22, 2024. Resolved by the House of Representatives of the Philippines, the Senate concurring that the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives be, as they hereby are, authorized to declare the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines adjourned sine die, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, May 22, 2024. Resolved further that a committee composed of all deputy speakers of the House of Representatives be appointed to join a committee of the Senate to inform His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., President of the Republic of the Philippines, that the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines is about to close and that the two houses are ready to adjourn unless the President has some message or communication to transmit to them. Adopted, signed, Marcelino C. Libanan, Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Concurrent Resolution Number 26.
There is a motion to adopt House Concurrent Resolution number 26. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. House Concurrent Resolution number 26 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution Number 26, which likewise authorizes the appointment of a joint committee of both houses to inform the President of the Philippines of the adjournment of the second regular session of the 19th Congress, I move to elect all deputy speakers of the House to the said joint committee.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. All the deputy speakers of the House are elected to the committee to notify the President of the Philippines of the adjournment of the second regular session of the 19th Congress. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution Number 1746, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution 1746 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
House Resolution Number 1746. Resolution declaring the Journal of the Session dated May 20 to 22, 2024 as having been read and approved. Resolved by the House of Representatives that the Speaker be authorized to review and approve the Journal of the Session dated May 20 to 22, 2024, and that the approval by the Speaker of such journal shall be valid and effective for all purposes as if it was approved directly by the House of Representatives. Adopted, signed, Marcelino C. Libanan, Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1746.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 1746. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Resolution number 1746 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session to enable the Secretariat to transmit the messages to the Senate on the resolutions we have adopted. I so move.
Session suspended. The session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for the information of our colleagues, we have received word of the filing in the Senate of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 18, entitled Concurrent Resolution Providing for the Adjournment of the Second Regular Session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, May 22, 2024, authored by Senate Majority Leader Francis Tol and Tolentino, which will be adopted by the Senate before they adjourn sine die today.
The remarks of the Majority Leader are duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we have adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 26, providing for the adjournment of the second regular session of the 19th Congress, as well as the creation of the Joint Notification Committee. In order to give the members of the Joint Committee time to perform their assigned task, and until the House counterpart is ready to report back their accomplishments to this House, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is suspended. The session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have received a report from the Joint Committee that the President has been informed that the second regular session of the 19th Congress will adjourn tonight.
The remarks of the Majority Leader are duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House will now consider a resolution affecting the Honorable Speaker of the House. I now ask, pursuant to parliamentary tradition, the Minority Leader be requested to proceed to the rostrum and preside over the session.
The Minority Leader, Marcelino C. Libanan, is requested to proceed to the rostrum to preside over the session. Session is suspended.
Session is hereby resumed. The minority leader, as presiding officer, would like to address this august chamber. As the second regular session of the 19th Congress draws to a conclusion, we assess our achievements for the past 2 years, even as we prepare for what more we have to do when we reopen come 22 July 2024. First and foremost, we laud the House of the People collectively for its accomplishments. In the 2 years since the inception of the 19th Congress in 2022, we have collectively passed on third and final reading 221 House bills of national significance and 522 bills of local application. This is due to the leadership of the House majority and the participation of the House minority. Beyond all that, with the leadership of Speaker Martin Romualdez, we were able to proudly report to the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, or LEDAC, that as of the end of December 2023, the House has been able to pass the 20 priority measures identified by LEDAC. 5 of those priority measures were signed into law. The remaining 15 had already been approved by the House on third reading and final reading and transmitted to the Senate. This despite the fact that the House membership is more than 10 times that of the upper chamber. Thanks to the leadership of Speaker Martin Romualdez, the House of the 19th Congress has significantly achieved a legislative record non pariel. No amount of words can ever do justice to what he had accomplished. Had the legislature been unicameral, as originally envisioned in the draft of 1987 Constitution, all these would already be in our statute books. The traditional role of the minority is to oppose the majority. This is the legislative equivalent of the philosophical concept of dialectics. a thesis opposed by the antithesis to form a synthesis. This traditional concept works best in two-party system where the lines are drawn between competing ideologies, such as the Republicans and the Democrats in the United States. But in 1987, we ratified the present Constitution, which adopted the multi-party system in Philippine Congress. This is a recognition in the basic law of diversity and about demographics and geographics, in terms of culture and language, as well as sectors in Philippine society, and as a complement to the usual representation by district. This humble representation thus prepares a new modality in seeing that the role of the minority, to my mind, my dear colleagues, the minority's role is akin to that of poetry, to view things from a different perspective, to point out what may have been inadvertently missed, to walk the path less traveled, and thereby assist in finding a more holistic resolution of the issues that beset our people and our country. Of the 22 members of the minority bloc in this House of the People, 6 are district representatives, while the remaining 16 are party list representatives. It is my pleasure and privilege to report to the body that the members of the minority bloc have been active participants in legislative work of the House. They have not only championed the causes of the respective sectors and districts, but have in fact transcended such concerns to address matters of concerns of all Filipinos and our nation by standing up on matters of privilege. Your humble members of the minority bloc have authored, both as principal authors and co-authors, House bills and resolutions, some of which have already become laws of the land. They have asked the necessary questions during debates, at both the committee level and the plenary level, and even at the bicameral committee level, mindful of the saying that we would rather ask questions that cannot be answered than to accept answers that cannot be questioned. The accomplishments of the minority bloc are too many for me to enumerate at this time. Considering the time constraints we face, I have made it a project to present to both the House and to the public a written report of all the minority bloc has done. The 19th Congress has shown that majority and minority in the House need not be in constant opposition to one another. Dialectics has its place, but it is through complementarity that we work with each other for the betterment of our people and our country. Much remains to be done. Besides the West Philippine Sea issue, there is a need to harness the full potential of our country by easing up stultifying provisions of the Constitution. We have to shape the next year's budget to meet the constantly shifting needs of Filipino nation. We have to address the root causes of seemingly unending inflation that crush our working sector. And we need to urge our counterparts in the upper chamber of Congress to act on bills we have passed and sent to them. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, it has been said that the road to progress never ends, that the legislative mill never ceases to grind. And rightly so, because perfection is always a goal, but never an end. May God bless us all. May God bless our country. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Mr. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Resolution Number 1747 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
is there any question? Chair hears none. Consideration of the House Resolution Number 1747 is in order. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution Number 1747. Resolution commending the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his exemplary, competent, and decisive leadership of the House of Representatives during the second regular session of the 19th Congress.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this representation will deliver the sponsorship speech on House Resolution Number 1747.
The Majority Leader is hereby recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise with utmost honor to sponsor Resolution Number 1747, commending the Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez for his exemplary, competent, and decisive leadership of the House of Representatives during the second regular session of the 19th Congress. As we mark the endpoint of the two regular sessions during the 19th Congress, we find this day the most opportune moment to express our deepest gratitude and highlight the unfaltering diligence and remarkable leadership of our Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez. The Honorable Speaker triumphantly reinforced the principles and ideals of representative democracy in effectively balancing the functions of his office and sorting out the different concerns of each and every member of this august chamber, all with the end in view of echoing and actualizing the voice of our constituents, the Filipino people. Relentless in his pursuit to be attuned and in harmony with the thrust of President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.'s administration, and driven by a commitment to improve the lives of every Filipino, our Honorable Speaker leads us in the passage of significant laws and filing of legislative measures with the most effective social impact to our nation, especially those on the lower stratum of the population. During the first and second regular sessions of the 19th Congress, we have filed a total of 12,275 legislative measures, consisting of 10,479 House bills and 1,795 resolutions. 61 have been enacted into laws, 746 measures are pending before the Senate, and 6 national and 9 local measures are currently under consideration for approval of the President. In the face of the ever-changing geopolitical climate, and as we prepare for the groundwork of the third regular session beginning July 2024, the last leg of the 19th Congress, we will bring with us the same trust and conviction in the indefatigable leadership of the Honorable Speaker. He has been the rudder of the ship called the House of Representatives, who has successfully steered this august chamber to greater accomplishments. His focused, purpose-driven, and uncompromising leadership steered the House of Representatives to respond to the call of our constituencies and deserves our highest commendation and appreciation. I therefore call upon you to support the adoption of this resolution to show the Honorable Speaker our profound gratitude and heartfelt appreciation for his grit, competence, integrity, and dedication as our leader during the second regular session of the 19th Congress. Thank you. Mabuhay si Speaker Romualdez. Mabuhay ang 19th Congress. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, Majority Leader.
I move to adopt House Resolution number 1747.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1747. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved. The Chair requests all Deputy Speakers to escort Speaker Romualdez to the session hall to address the body. Session is suspended.
Thank you so much. Please take your seats, please. Session resumed. The Chair will now address the body. Honorable Deputy Speakers, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the curtain on the second regular session of the 19th Congress, I stand before you with with a profound sense of pride and accomplishment. Today, we celebrate a milestone, the 100% approval of all priority measures set forth in the State of the Nation address of His Excellency, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., and those agreed upon in the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, the LEDAC. Our work in this session has been driven by a clear and compelling mission. Our focus, national security and economic transformation, which are key to improving the living condition for all Filipinos. This holistic approach underscores our commitment to safeguarding our nation while fostering economic growth and ensuring that every Filipino experiences a tangible improvement in their quality of life. Malinaw po ang misyon nating lahat. Kapayapaan sa buong bansa, seguridad sa mga komunidad, masiglang ekonomiya, maunlad na kabuhayan para sa lahat. I am pleased to say that as always, we were faithful in fulfilling our solemn obligation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight this chamber's most notable achievements and legislative milestones. The House of Representatives recognizes that sovereignty is a crucial element of independence, and any threat to the nation's sovereignty requires no less than prompt and deliberate action. To guarantee that we adopt a defensive position against any act of aggression or provocation, we have passed critical measures on sovereignty and defense to enhance our national defense capabilities. This ensures the protection of our sovereignty and the preservation of our territorial integrity. Our efforts include bolstering our nation's military capabilities and enhancing our diplomatic strategies to secure our interests in the region. As a result, we have approved on third and final reading and now on the Bicameral Conference Committee, House Bill number 9713, or the Philippines Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program Act. Legislative support has likewise been solidified for our continued fight against illegal drugs and criminal activities. By focusing on community-based treatment, rehabilitation, and integration, we approved House Bill number 8327, or the PNP Organizational Reform Act. Another equally crucial matter that requires our ongoing effort is the economic stability and growth of the nation. To sustain our impressive economic growth, we have enacted fiscal measures and created a stable economic environment conducive to long-term prosperity by ensuring improved revenue collections and prudent spending. To emphasize the importance of meeting revenue targets that will sustain economic growth, we have passed into law Republic Act number 11976, or the Ease of Paying Taxes Act. With this enactment, processes have been digitized, taxpayer registration has been streamlined, and tax base has been expanded, leading to a 17% rise in revenue collections this year. To further improve the investment climate in the country, we have approved Republic Act number 11954, or the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. This is a significant step towards attracting high-impact investments that will drive economic growth and create jobs for our people. I would also like to emphasize that the country's growing economy must be supported by excellent infrastructure development. This leads me to one of our top priorities, the Build Better More program. Our unwavering commitment to such a program helped secure funding and legislative support for numerous infrastructure projects, including the Unified National Grid, which aims to enhance connectivity and competitiveness across our archipelago. We have also advanced the DPWH NIA Convergence Plan, actually done today. And it integrates flood control efforts with broader water management strategies to ensure efficient use of our water resources. This initiative aims to enhance food security, support irrigation, manage water supply effectively, and by aligning the DPWH flood control programs with NIA's water conservation initiatives, we can better manage our resources to support multiple needs, including irrigation, water supply, and potentially power generation. This integrated approach will significantly contribute to our agricultural productivity, food security, and overall economic stability. I thank you all for your support in this measure. On housing, legislative actions have been taken to ensure the provision of over 1 million affordable housing units, giving every Filipino the opportunity to own a home and improve their living conditions. The overwhelming passage of House Bill number 10172, the National Housing Authority Act, further demonstrates this chamber's strong desire to serve the underprivileged, homeless, and low-income households. We also approved House Bill number 9506, or the Rental Housing Subsidy Program Act, which seeks to establish a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families to further alleviate their plight. These measures are crucial in providing immediate relief and long-term housing stability to those in need. Hindi tayo titigil sa trabaho hanggat hindi natutupad ang pangarap ni Pangulong Marcos, ang mabigyan ng bahay ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino. We have also enacted laws aimed at enhancing the healthcare system and welfare of our citizens. Republic Act number 11959, or the Regional Specialty Centers Act, simplified healthcare services, ensuring that specialized medical care is accessible to regions outside Metro Manila. Republic Act number 11965, or the Caregivers Welfare Act, provides necessary protections and benefits to caregivers, recognizing their invaluable contribution to our society. We approved House Bill number 8461 to strengthen the National Health Program for senior citizens through a comprehensive nutrition and wellness program to prevent poor nutrition and related illnesses in the elderly. And House Bill number 7447 to strengthen local health boards by ensuring the representation of barangay health workers, whom we continue to recognize as essential frontliners in health promotion and advocacy. We have enacted Republic Act number 11984, or the No Permit, No Exam Prohibition Act, to ensure that financial constraints do not hinder our students' academic process. We have passed House Bill number 8210, or the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Act, or the ARAL Program Act, to address and resolve the gap between current and expected learning competencies. Furthermore, House Bill number 10142, or the Early Education Care for Children Development Act, aligns early childhood care and development services with maternal, child health, and nutrition programs aimed at nurturing our youngest citizens from the earliest stages of their development. Hindi lang natin tinitiyak ang libre at abot-kayang edukasyon para sa lahat. Sinisigurado rin natin na walang sagabal para makatapos ang mga estudyante natin sa kailangan ng pag-aaral nila. Employment opportunities and labor rights have been the focal point of our legislative agenda. Republic Act number 11962, or the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, focuses on improving the employability and competitiveness of Filipino workers through upskilling and reskilling initiatives, as well as support for micro, small, medium enterprises and industry stakeholders. Matibay po ang ating paniniwala. Kailangan natin ang mga investments para makilikha ng mga trabaho at hindi basta lamang na trabaho, trabaho na marangal at kayang bumuhay ng pamilya. Our social welfare initiatives are designed to uplift marginalized communities and ensure equitable access to resources. House Bill number 8463, or the Disaster Food Bank and Stockpile Act, provides for the establishment of disaster food banks and stockpiles throughout the country to speed up the country's recovery and relief good distribution during calamities. House Bill number 9506, or the Rental Housing Subsidy Program Act, seeks to establish a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families to further alleviate their plight. These measures are crucial in providing immediate relief and long-term housing stability to those in need. House Bill number 9978, or the Moratorium on Payment of Student Loan Act, grants the postponement of the collection of student loans for a reasonable duration during the following and the occurrence of disasters and other emergencies. We have approved House Bill number 8456, or the Philippine Downstream Natural Gas Industry Development Act. This legislative action to increase the share of renewable energy in our power mix and promote sustainability reflects our commitment to address climate change and ensure a resilient future for our nation. House Bill number 9663, or the National Water Resources Act, provides for the establishment of the Department of Water Resource Management and enhances disaster preparedness measures, which are critical steps towards safeguarding our environment and ensuring sustainable development. All these legislative measures that we had approved are not merely words on paper. They embody our commitment to the welfare of every Filipino and reflect our dedication to creating a more just, prosperous, and dynamic society. As Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, the only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. As we conclude the second regular session of the 19th Congress, I must congratulate all of you for the achievements that I am sure will contribute to charting a prosperous path for our beloved nation. We have steadfastly focused on our legislative works and ensured that our efforts align with the needs and aspirations of the Filipino people. Let us carry with us the understanding that our work is not just a responsibility, but a noble privilege, a chance to uplift our fellow Filipinos, leave a lasting imprint on our society, and pave the way for a more prosperous tomorrow. I am deeply grateful to every member of the House, our tireless Secretariat, headed by our reliable Secretary General, and Sergeant-at-Arms, and our devoted congressional staff. Your dedicated efforts have always been one of the keys to our success. Special thanks go to our esteemed Senior Deputy Speaker and our Deputy Speakers, our resolute Majority Leader, accompanied by his ever-reliable Senior Deputy and Assistant Majority Leaders, our hard-working counterparts in the minority, led by the equally diligent Minority Leader and our dedicated committee chairpersons. We also recognize the invaluable contributions of the contractual employees, janitorial services, and security personnel, most especially the media, our partner in disseminating legislative information to the people. We sincerely appreciate your commendable work. While we have achieved significant milestones, our journey is far from over. Let us march forward with a renewed sense of purpose, fortified by courage and unwavering determination, poised to confront the trials that lie ahead. Thank you, and I urge that we all continue to serve our beloved nation with dignity and integrity. Together, united in our resolve, let us build a better future for all. Damo nga salamat, hayungan at tanan, mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay po kayong lahat. Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for second time in a row, we did our homework, finished our assignment. The House of the People delivered 100%. We passed 100% of the priority legislative measures. Mr. Speaker, mission is accomplished. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn sine die the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Republic of the Philippines.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Republic of the Philippines is adjourned sine die.
Kasi sabi rin ni Speaker, useless daw yung procurement revise kung walang auditing. Pakiano naman, ha? sana. Kailangan na maganda produkto.
Recording stopped.
At the same time you are.